Can we turn on the mic? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the September 11th, 2019 meeting of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. We ask for everyone to please stand for the invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing for special tribute. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On this date, 18 years ago, nearly 3,000 people lost their lives in the tragic terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, as well as the crash of United Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. The attacks remain the deadliest terrorist attack in world history. I ask that you join me now in a moment of silence for the victims and the heroes of September 11th, 2001. Thank you. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.03 is the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? So moved. So motion and a second. Any discussion or edits to the minutes? Discussion or edits? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the minutes are approved. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Mrs. Corkadell.
Mr. President, I move that the board add as agenda item 6.07 the following: ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. An additional motion, Mrs. Corkadell.
Mr. President, I move that the board add as an agenda item 6.08 the following: 2019-2020 board meeting calendar.
So motion. Is there a second? Second. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. At this time, would any other board member like to add anything to the agenda that's not currently printed? Seeing none, the agenda will stand as revised. Thank you. Item 2.05 is recognitions, and there are no formal recognitions today. We'll now move to item 2.06, which is Educator of the Month, and we'll turn to Mr. Leib.
Good morning, everyone. Today, the Board of Education honors an employee in our school system who is one of the most dedicated and giving teachers. Meredith McMahon, Spanish teacher at South River High School. And Meredith is an exceptional teacher, making sure her lesson plans are well written and their contents rigorous and engaging. She possesses curiosity about increasing her knowledge of the Spanish language and the culture. She makes sure her students receive a quality education. Students love her for her fairness and kindness. She is willing to help her students beyond the classroom when they need a trusted adult to speak with during trying times. Ms. McMahon's greatest tribute is that she gives herself to the South River students and community. She is a member of the school's equity team. This group helps spread positivity and implement programs that not only help our students, regardless of their abilities, reach their full potential and master not only content, but everyday challenges that one may encounter both inside and outside of the classroom. In addition to the equity team, Meredith sponsors a group of students who established a remote control club. Since its inception, this club has developed remote control drones, airplanes, and many other robotic devices. Ms. McMahon's greatest gift to the school and the public at large is her chairmanship of the Harvest for the Hungry program. She was instrumental in making South River High School the greatest contributor in the state, raising $17,000 and donating more than 6,000 pounds of food. Her work with the students and community truly leaves a lasting impact. Ms. McMahon, the Board of Education is proud to recognize you today for your outstanding contributions to your students, colleagues, and entire school community. You wear many hats, but your caring, friendly, and professional demeanor help make not only the World Language Department great, but South River High School. So for these reasons and more, the board congratulates you as your selection as Educator of the Month for September 2019. Please join me.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now before I give you this great thing, there's your principal back there. Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Okay, what ruse did we use to get you here this morning?
I told I was going to be recognized for Harvest for the Hungry, so I had no idea. Thank you all so much.
Beautiful engraved bell from us. And this is a very nice certificate. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Go Seahawks!
Ms. McMahon, if you would like, I know a number of guests came in with you, along with Will Myers, but would you be interested in sharing who joins you today?
This is Miriam Saya, my dear colleague who teaches across the hall from me. This is my mother, who does so much for me I can't even explain it. My husband, Chris McMahon, and my wonderful WCL coordinators that you all know, Donna Baker, Dean Summer, Julie Fun, and Mr. Myers, my principal.
Excellent.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Item 2.07 is Employee of the Month. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Do you ever wonder how your pay gets processed? At AACPS, the payroll process is quite complex, so making it run seamlessly is worthy of recognition. It seems almost effortless for one employee, payroll manager Denise Anderson. Sorry, it's hard to read and watch, but it's too much fun not to. Denise's leadership over a staff of 7 payroll support specialists and an army of 175 timekeepers located all over the county ensures that payroll happens as expected. And if there is a problem or paperwork gets turned in late, Denise stays late, works on the weekends, or schedules a supplemental pay. Denise began her career at AECPS in schools working as a TA and a teacher, so she understands and appreciates her customers. Her school experience, coupled with over 16 years in a leadership role with the payroll department, ensures almost 15,000 employees are paid accurately and on time. AACPS can rest easy on paydays because Denise takes very seriously the responsibility of paying employees accurately and timely. Denise understands the importance of helping payroll staff and timekeepers understand the complexity of almost a dozen payroll calendars, and 4 negotiated agreements are accurately implemented. Additionally, Denise has cross-trained her central office staff and introduced the practice of their making site visits to assigned schools, fostering a more collaborative relationship with timekeepers to help prevent payroll issues and further ensure accuracy. Denise is a respected member of the Human Resources Department and a critical member of the HRM upgrade implementation team. She was instrumental when the first HR system upgrades took place for the first time in 20 years. Denise's commitment to accuracy, problem solving, innovation, and collaboration makes her a valued resource. It is evident that Denise takes pride in her work and that of her department. Her stewardship is more than half of the board's budget, 57%, and her dedication is unparalleled and is to be commended. Ms. Anderson, the Board of Education is proud to recognize you today for your outstanding professionalism and accuracy. We are better together, and all means all relative to pay is not a new concept. It's something that you strive for and continue to implement daily. We congratulate you on your selection as Employee of the Month for September 2019. Please join me up front.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Certainly. So, you thought you were going to be answering questions today?
I came here under the understanding that I was going to be asked some question on automated processes that we have in payroll and benefits. So I actually came up with the whole list, and I was ready. I was ready to answer questions today. So this is a total shock. This really is. Thank you so much.
So who's here to support you today?
Of course, I have my boss, Lorraine Ferris, and Jessica Kutchis is here. I have my entire team from payroll, and then from my family, I have my daughter and my grandson, and her significant other, Chuck, and then my brother, Tim Talbot.
Thank you for coming.
I'm shaking. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Item 2.08 is Volunteer of the Month. Mrs. Corkadell.
Volunteers are an invaluable piece of the Anne Arundel County Public School community puzzle. While our educators and staff members work tirelessly to ensure all students are provided with the rigor needed to reach their full potential, our volunteers complete the puzzle by making learning even more fun and inspiring. Today we are here to celebrate the dedication of one such volunteer. Ms. Jen Oosterfeld, the Board of Education is thrilled to honor you as our September 2019 Volunteer of the Month. Ms. Oosterfeld's leadership on Southern High School's Business Advisory Board is invaluable. Not only has she been a member for many years, she was president for the last 2. According to the assistant principal, Audrey Whalen, the large membership and consistent attendance at monthly meetings is due, in large part, to Ms. Oosterfeld's recruitment efforts, kindness, and positive attitude. She comes to each meeting with a smile, a laugh, and is welcoming to all group members. And I can personally attest to that from being an occasional visitor to the Business Advisory Board over the years, that truly she energizes folks to work to do amazing things for our students and community. From recruiting community partners for pizza with a professional, to mock interviews, to the annual Career Expo, Ms. Oosterfeld is the person who makes it happen. Signature program facilitator Megan Heinrich is, oh boy, I'm so sorry, Megan. I just had a moment there. Explains that Ms. Oosterfeld works alongside the English department to ensure resumes are written for mock interviews. She schedules mock interviews for each 11th grade student over a 3-day period. That's over 400 interviews with business partners. English Department Chair Linda Smith goes on to explain the impact on the students. Ms. Oosterfeld has engaged the program by creating real-world opportunities in which students are able to take great pride. Her kind and non-judgmental nature is what stands out to me as what is incredibly special about her. While working one-on-one with our students, she is always gracious and welcoming. She makes every student she interacts with feel valued and important. We are beyond lucky to have her volunteering her time in our school. As a former Southern High School principal, Katie Feuerherd so aptly puts it, Ms. Oosterfeld, you are a dedicated individual who provides our students with multiple opportunities to prepare them for life and after high school. You are a candidate that is truly worthy of AACPS's Volunteer of the Month. Ms. Oosterfeld, you truly make a meaningful contribution to student growth and are making huge strides in helping our students develop into caring, competent, and contributing citizens. Would you now please come forward? It is with great appreciation that I want to present to you our Volunteer of the Month certificate and bell.
Jen, I know you are a busy woman. How did they get you here today? I thought I was speaking about the Business and Community Advisory Board here for you all. Well, although I look forward to hearing about that, today is all about you and all the hard work that you did. I know personally, folks, how hard this woman works, having been around her, and the fact that she draws attention and people want to engage our community. That's what it's all about. And thank you so very much for it all. Thank you. And so who's here with you? A whole bunch, I guess. I'm Minister of Christian Education at Mount Zion United Methodist Church in Lothian, and the whole staff, the administrative assistant, pastor, and marketing director, good friend and council chair there, Tom Ellis, my husband, Ricky, Mrs. Feuerherd, who I worked well with, Lee Derrick, the treasurer of BCAB, our new principal, Angela Hopkins, the the vice president of BCAB, Julia Howes, and my dad came all the way from Virginia, Fredericksburg. So that's so awesome. Yes. Well, congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you. And to today's honorees, we have a few very brief items to move through, and then we will take a 10-minute recess for some photos in the lobby. Item 2.09 is school and community highlights. Mrs. Schalheim.
I'll be very brief. I was able to attend, I think, 9 of the 17 scheduled back to school visits with Dr. Arlato and some of the other members, and they were fabulous, and I enjoyed every second of every school visit. And that's really the highlight, was the school visits, and I can't wait to do more. I'm going to see all of my schools with, they're not mine, but all the schools in District 5 in the next several months, and I look forward to all of those as well. And it's really just a delight and quite an honor to witness all the wonderful things happening in the school buildings. So thank you, Dr. Arlato, for including us, and it was wonderful.
Thank you. Mrs. Ellis.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Dr. Arlato. Going into our schools and seeing the work that's being done, that's what we're all here for, and it's such a rewarding experience. I particularly enjoyed visiting South Shore Elementary for our Educator of the Year for the State of Maryland nominee, I'm sorry, I can never pronounce
Teresa Bielenson.
B. Miss B. That's what we know. Yes, but anyway, a huge congratulations. It was an honor to be there, and I look forward to visiting many of our schools over the next several months. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Gilliland. Well, it is back to school, so much of my highlight is pertaining to that. First of all, I want to welcome everyone back to the 2019-2020 school year. It's starting out very well. I attended the back to school events with Dr. Alato as well, and the ribbon cuttings for our new and modernized schools, which was wonderful. I also attended the Back to School Fest in the District 1 communities. I was particularly taken with the Back to School Fest by the New Kingdom Faith Christian Church. They gave away over, I want to say over 100 pounds of food in partnership with the Maryland Food Bank. They gave away bicycles. They gave away school supplies and backpacks full of those school supplies. It was a beautiful event for the Van Bocklin community. And then finally, I want to thank the Chesapeake Lighthouse Foundation for their invitation and for their the information that they shared with me concerning their work for the charter schools. And one more congratulations I want to extend to Miss Sandy Blundell and the Park Elementary School. They received $10,000 most recently from Burlington for school supplies. Well deserved, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, I thoroughly enjoyed this past week. Between the ribbon cuttings and modernization of school visits, I got to go to 21 different schools this past week, and it was great. And one of the highlights was going to Corcoran Middle School. Corcoran is one of our is a demonstration school for the AVID program. It's a nationally recognized for its AVID program. And Anne Arundel County Schools was just recognized as only one of 34 districts in the entire country as a district of distinction for our AVID programs. And Corcoran is our shining example of that and how it's out there. So it's great to see it in action, and very proud that our school school system is being recognized once again as a national leader in programs for equity for our students.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. We were scrambling for that announcement. We were going to say that, so you saved us the energy there. Perfect. Thank you. Any other school and community highlights? Seeing none, we'll now move to item 2.10, which is the CAC report. Ms. Howard, welcome.
Good morning, President Gilliland and Vice President Michelle Corkadell and fellow board members. As chair of the CAC, I'm here to update you on our activities. The CAC met on Monday, September 9th, having board members Corkadell and Schalheim in attendance, with a lively guest presentation from Robert Mosier on communications deployed by AACPS and methods and rationale for each particular tool's use. It was important to lay a foundation in the realm of communication given the scope of the issue of recess. The outline of priorities delivered by Vice President Corkadell was truly enlightening, and our members expressed eagerness to participate in the issue to facilitate another independent viewpoint for the boards to consider. On our agenda, we did have vice chair for election. However, we tabled the vote to allow time for new members to inquire with CAC leadership on role specifics. Committee assignments, we had the opportunity to participate in 10 AACPS committees, and so therefore we gave our members an opportunity to review and determine which would require further time to make permanent assignments. So we have tabled that motion, tabled the assignments to committees until the October meeting. In the meantime, we had volunteers for upcoming meetings for the Mental Health Task Force, PTA, CCAC, and the Security Council committees. Subcommittee assignments. As certain of our 4 committees from last year now fall under various task force groups, a motion was tabled to determine to have time to ascertain how best to apply our time and effort. We will endeavor to have these groups provide members with an overview and status to determine a path for CAC participation. CAC policy. Members have been provided the current policy for the CAC, and we will undertake deliberations to devise recommendations to submit for consideration to the Board Policy Committee when review is called to the agenda this year. Recess guidelines. Members have been provided the current guideline. We will conduct a workshop to establish scope, parameters, and methods to conduct data collection, as well as assignment of team members to such endeavors to ensure a report is provided to the board in April, if not sooner. So with that, I thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to the challenge to deliver meaningful information to assist the board in its goal to address recess comprehensively.
Thank you, Ms. Howard, for your dedication and support. One final item before we take a recess. Item 2.11 is a special presentation, Start the Adventure in Reading. And for those guests, we certainly invite you forward now. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I am Laura Iverson, Executive Director for Start the Adventure in Reading Annapolis, STARE Annapolis, and joining me today is President of the Board of Directors for STARE, Doug Smith. You all have a copy of our latest annual report in front of you, which we are eager to share. Start the Adventure in Reading, STARE Annapolis' mission is to increase the reading level of second graders reading below grade level, increase the students' sense of self-esteem and self-confidence, and provide a caring environment where reading is fun. The STARE Annapolis program is an outgrowth of the original STARE program that began in New Orleans, Louisiana in 1985 and still continues to effectively serve at-risk students after 30 years. The 2019-2020 school year represents our 15th year of STARE in the city of Annapolis. The first Annapolis STARE program began at the Stanton Center off Clay Street for students attending Annapolis Elementary School and has now grown to 12 sites. Our program continues to be funded by our generous donors, grants, sponsors, and volunteers. STARE assists with filling a need that school reading specialists and teachers do not have full time to address, and that's one-on-one reading time with at-risk students. Reading well is an absolute necessity in order to function in our competitive society. Children learn to read through second grade. After second grade, children read to learn. The Anne Arundel County Public Schools second grade population is 7 to 9 years old. In 10 to 15 years, we hope that these children will go on to higher education and join the workforce. But if they lack basic reading skills, the chances are much greater that they will become jobless or turn to crime to earn money. The STARE program is dedicated to giving our students the tools to make and execute good choices. During the school year, STARE provides 2 hours of individualized attention each week focused on reading, comprehension, and fluency for all students. Children are identified and recommended by Anne Arundel County Public Schools reading specialists, literacy teachers, and written permission from parents is given for them to attend our program at no cost to the families. STARE follows an educator-approved curriculum, and confidence and trust are developed through the pairing of students with tutors, same student, same tutor for the entire school year. We provide stability and instructional support, which has shown a major increase in students' accuracy, fluency, and comprehension levels. We use the Fontes and Pinnell benchmark reading assessment testing given by AACPS teachers twice annually. In May of 2019, STARE graduated 95 students from 11 tutoring sites in Anne Arundel County. These students came in reading well below grade level, kindergarten and first grade levels, and they ended the year reading on or above grade level. The pride that these students exhibit is something to be celebrated. I'll share with you a few stories which are also in the annual report. Here in attendance we have Jane Friend, who is one of our most valued partners within your school system. Jane says, the STAIR organization plays an instrumental role in providing the gift of literacy to students in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. The one-on-one attention the STAIR volunteers are able to provide to students is invaluable. We are so grateful for our partnership with such a humble and giving group of volunteers. And Jane and the reading team here at the county are our biggest assets in collaborating to make sure that our curriculum is in alignment with Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Anne Arundel County Public Schools, for the continued partnership. I'd like to answer any questions that anyone has, and again, extend many thanks and gratitude for the entire county.
Thank you. We do have a few questions and comments. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, President Gilliland. Wow, this is an incredible program, and to know that it has been going on so long means it's made an indelible impact over the years, so thank you very much for that. I just wanted to understand, on the back of this, there were a selection of schools. How are the schools chosen for your program, please?
Great question. So we're well aware that there is massive need throughout the county, almost in every school. I think we can all agree. When we look at determining a new site for our STAIR program, we first look at the need at the school. We then seek out volunteers who are willing to give their time in the area. We communicate with the school administration to see if there's a literacy teacher who is on staff to be able to support giving the one-on-one time for data collection so that we have some results. We hope at one time in the future to have a STAIR site at every school. At this point, we are taking the funding that we are so generously granted and expanding our program into North and South County. Our newest site will be at Tracy's Elementary. It's kicking off on October 1st this year, where we'll have 5 additional students to our program, and we're hopeful to add a 13th site in North County at Hebron Harmon Elementary in January. Thank you.
Thank you. I of course looked at the list and saw no District 1 schools, so I wanted to better understand that. So thank you for that explanation. It does, when you're working in the capacity that you are in, there are a lot of dependencies to include community support. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you very much for a great presentation. I have heard wonderful things about the STAIR program, so I was excited to see this. Just to expand just a little further on Ms. Antoine's questions, could a school do some of the legwork, in other words, develop a volunteer base and come to you if they feel there's a great need?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Most helpful. So we are very appreciative of all of the collaboration and volunteer recruitment. It's a large piece of the puzzle in determining how we can support students. It's a huge commitment. It's 1 year. We have 1 day a week tutors, 2 day a week tutors, and substitutes. So yes, any sort of recruitment help would go a long way for the program.
So potentially an administrator, a teacher, a parent at a school could create sort of that base and come and say, can you help us get this started?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Hummer.
I love the STAIR program. I had the pleasure of meeting with Doug recently and going over their latest things, and I'm thrilled to see we're expanding to even more. I think that this program incorporates all the goals of the school system, and especially in the relationship piece, that you have the same volunteer working with the child the whole year. That's another loving adult that is caring for them, that they feel that, and that makes a huge difference in there. So, and I love the training that you give. No one comes in feeling that they're overwhelmed and they don't know what to do. They are guided through this, so they realize that they're being effective. So it's wonderful. Loving to hear from y'all again.
Thanks so much. As a volunteer-powered organization, these are our champions. They keep showing up, and they are as fulfilled as the students are by year end. It's a very rewarding experience for everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Grannon.
Thanks very much. This is really beautiful. I just have 3 really quick questions, so I'll try to keep them brief. The first is, you mentioned 95 graduates. Is attaining reading level a prerequisite to graduation for the students? My second question is, are you capacity constrained, or can you take as many students as apply? And then the third question is, are all of your volunteers adults, or is there a potential for example, a high school senior who might be interested in education to participate?
Wonderful questions. Reading scores are not a prerequisite for graduating from the STAIR program. Everyone is celebrated at year end. 100% of the STAIR graduates, or those who finish the program, are reading on or above grade level. We celebrate the success of their growth. They have no awareness of their own reading level at any point during the program. We are absolutely constrained with capacity. Logistics in space limit how many students that we can accept into our program. We are ecstatic when we have use of the media centers in schools after school hours, because it allows us to take more children at some of our larger sites than at some of our community centers. However, we get very creative with doubling up on tables, if you can imagine, one corner, sharing space, but allowing the one-on-one relationship to blossom, to have enough space within the limits. So we are, in a sense, capacity challenged, but we are looking for creative ways to be able to serve more students. Your third question was age of volunteers. A wide variety of ages. We have high school students who are coming after school, and we have let's see, people who work for the city who are coming after their jobs, and we have retired professionals. So it's a wide range of people who are volunteering. We are seeking through our website, on social media, volunteermatch.com, word of mouth, community bulletin boards, sharing our STAIR story throughout Annapolis and Anne Arundel County to continue to have a wide range of volunteers from all different backgrounds.
Thank you so much. Keep it up. It's great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Schallheim.
I just wanted to say bravo. Volunteering feeds the soul, and I just commend you for all your wonderful work. I think this is beautiful. I love that you're expanding, and I didn't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you.
Appreciate
thank you so much
your
for the work
support.
that you do and your service.
Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any further lights from the board, but just to add thank you to this. And I noticed you do have, you specify that you have fundraising events throughout the year. I would just ask, add me to your distribution list as you begin, your next endeavor. I'd be happy to help you.
Will do. Appreciate that.
Same.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you all.
Thank you for being here. At this time, we will take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. Board will now reconvene. They get the mics. Jack, your mic's on. Thank you. Board will now reconvene, and we will resume with public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. A tone will sound when time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in a question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to the board assistant. We've got five individuals signed up and 6 seats, so everyone can come up if they like. Nina McCarthy, Leticia Hicks, Ben Sale, Letitia, I'm sorry, Letitia Hicks, Ben Sale, Mary Bradford, and then first to sign up in advance, Lisa Van Buskirk. Oh, that's a transportation item. I'm sorry.
I was going to say.
I apologize.
I think Leticia Hicks is transportation.
Okay, and one more public comment. Dr. Dudoni. Are you?
What's she for?
You said public comment?
No, no public.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Please. Yes, ma'am. I got it. Yeah. Please.
Good morning. I'm Nina McCarthy. I am the co-president of the Jones Elementary PTA in Severna Park, Maryland. The PTA has recently been presented the new guidelines regarding after-school clubs and activities. And since we are holding our first parent and teacher meeting this evening, I am here to ask for a bit of clarification as to the new policy in regards of paying an instructor to run an after-school club. If this money is 100% funded by the PTA, does that therefore break policy? The PTA has specific line items for enrichment in our annual budget, and within that line item we include scholarship money for all children who wish to participate in any club will not be denied regardless of their financial status. We do go through the entire background check and fingerprinting procedure and follow all of these security guidelines. So I guess what I'm really asking is the clarification as to that item, that we can no longer pay an instructor. Is that correct?
Let me begin with, I'm not sure that I have the answer, so I'm sort of looking to staff that's going to see if they can get an answer for you, but I want to respond in that the memo that went out to principals are not new guidelines. They're the same guidelines, the principles that we have always had, or I shouldn't say always, in most recent history, those are the guidelines principals have always operated under with regard to after-school clubs and activities.
Okay.
That memo was just to clarify that the Department of Recreation and Parks alerted us that they just don't have the staff to add more clubs.
Absolutely.
And so it was sort of a warning to principals to say, if parents or others come to you and say want to add clubs, Department of Recs and Park are tapped out. They just don't have anybody else. They've promised to continue to operate the clubs and activities they have been operating, but they didn't have the capacity to add new clubs. But all the other rules and regulations regarding how we work with clubs, going through the security procedures for volunteers, making sure that school staff, either Unit 1 or Unit 2 personnel, were on site if it's a school system function, all of those are the same. I do not know about the paid piece. I've made a note to myself. Let me get some information from my staff, and then I'm going to reach out or have somebody reach out to you this afternoon. Can I do that?
That would be wonderful.
Okay, and
Thank
your
you.
contact information is on the card?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, I need to get some clarification on the paid piece. I just don't know enough.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mary Bradford. I am a parent of students at Cape St. Clair Elementary School on the Broadneck Peninsula. I am also on the PTO board. I am also here requesting clarification on the after-school programming, specifically as it relates to what's going on as it's impacting our school. Our PTO, after much effort, was able to get some community-based programming in our school in the after-school hours. We had some for-profit and nonprofit organizations such as Chess Club, Girls on the Run, organizations such as that. Based on the success of those programs, we set them up again this year. All of our programs had a wait list. Parents really wanted these. Unfortunately, in August, we were sent an email by our principal saying that we could no longer have these based on her understanding of the policy, that the only clubs that were approved are academic and athletic clubs offered by Anne Arundel County Public Schools or Advanced Studies. Our school has one of those, 24 Club. And that any single person offering to teach a club for an extended period of time for profit is prohibited from implementing the clubs. We reached out to our CAC rep who informally spoke to some of the other schools on the Broadneck Peninsula. And it seems that there's wide discrepancy on what's happening with clubs. We have some schools where there's like 8 after-school programming available, other schools where they're kind of doing the same thing that our school is doing. We had a PTO meeting last night. I personally have reached out to facilities, to Parks and Recs. We just really want to make sure that we can continue to offer programming to our students. We are going to be working with our principal in the hopes of getting more of those advanced enrichment programs. But we do have these community-based programs. We have Chess Club. We have the Compass Rose Theater was lined up to come in this year. Our principal is saying, based on her understanding of the policy, that those programs are not permissible. We're all in agreement that child safety is important. We're all in agreement that the policies need to be followed. That's not my concern here. The question is, what is the policy? What is a PTO-sponsored activity? What is school-based organization? So it's just kind of being implemented in a way that we're all left a little bit, what do we do?
Again, so thank you. I'm sorry for the confusion. Clearly, we need to get something out to the principals. I know that the principals will be meeting. Elementary principals actually meet tomorrow morning. And so if we can get some clarification to them, and then the middle school principals and the high school principals, but clearly we need to get some communication to them to make sure it's clear to them, so they're then sharing the clarity with you and what the parameters are. But again, let me restate, we've not changed any of our parameters, right? You all are on board in terms of safety and security for students. So any programming that's occurring in the building that has our students in it, we need to have a staff member there, right? We've got to have somebody there that can oversee in case of an emergency. They know the emergency procedures. They've been trained, and we want to make sure that there's somebody there. We cannot, for example, I can't make somebody stay late on Tuesday afternoons for chess club from 5 to 6. I'm making that up, right? But I can't make somebody that they have to volunteer and want to do that and have the staff member, the principal, whomever, assistant principal available. So that's sometimes the difficulty when groups want to come in and start clubs and there isn't a staff member available that, and I certainly am not going to, I can't dictate and say you must do that, but we have to go through all the same security processes and procedures. But let me clearly from your testimony, the two of you, that there's some clarification is needed.
And if I could just add, again,
Please.
We understand the need for teachers being present. That it's almost like a two-part, well, lots of parts, but 2 parts really. The teacher one,
yes,
getting in line with that, understandable, agree 100%. But then the second part is these fee-based, community-based programming, and how do they get to be offered in our school? They're not going through Parks and Recs. Are we being told that they're not allowed? Some schools are running them as PTO sponsored. Our principal, and I think she has a really valid point, is what is the definition of PTO sponsored? What does this mean? How do we get this through? Let's make sure we have a little checklist, something that helps so that security, safety, all of those things. And so that when we as a PTO, you know, disagree with our principal, we can all look at something and say, okay, I hear what you're saying. Right now, we're all kind of sitting there saying, it's just a little unclear.
Okay, thank you.
Let me get some clarification.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Schallheim.
I just wanted to thank Dr. Lotto for issuing clarification. I've heard from a couple other schools that were, not schools, I've heard from parents at a couple other schools in my district that had similar concerns. So I appreciate his clarification in advance. Thank you.
Yes, could we, I'm Ben Sale, a member of the Germantown Homewood Association, Bates Middle School parent, a new parent, so I got to caveat that with, I've been at Germantown for the last few years with my children, and I'm also a vice chair of the Annapolis City Planning Commission. Why I'm here for that reason comes at the end of the briefing conclusion, what that has to do with education. But a picture's worth 1,000 words, and I can do this in 3 minutes. You'll notice Bates right here, our historic downtown Annapolis Middle School. We consider that really our old Annapolis Middle School, even though Annapolis Middle School over here has our name. We draw from this shaded area with horizontal lines all the way out to Rolling Knolls. You go way up to Sherwood, huge area. All this busing comes into Bates, but busing seemingly is not provided for the very dense area of downtown, which is to the chagrin of many parents, which I'm here on behalf of, in such short notice since, the 5th day of school we have. If we look at Bates Middle here, and you do a 1.5 mile walk, which is the regulation, you're eligible for busing if you live outside of that 1.5 miles nearest walkable route, safe route. So all the way to the bridge downtown to Bates. So everyone downtown, if we go to the next slide, you'll see another example. And also up to West Annapolis, a large proportion, but this is a state divided highway, so they are provided some busing up here, but these people by the policy are not eligible, nor are all these people that we just talked about. And looking over towards the Naval Academy Stadium, the blue route is the walkable route. All of these people are not eligible for busing all the way to Bates and all the way to some public housing way on Admiral Drive, not available. And that goes for also to say this whole neighborhood down here. What it ends up being is it looks like this. You have a 1.5 mile ineligible area radius due to policy of people who can ride a bus. We had 2 stops on day 1 for our community to help service. These have been worked out over the years. But halfway through the day on Tuesday, they were pulled from us, and notification was posted online. Many parents didn't even know and had to drop off of work early by getting texts from others to go pick their children up, who rode a bus to school in the morning on Tuesday morning, but then the bus was yanked in the middle of the day. Now, since then, things are still in flux. This is in the infancy of the problem, right? So there's a bus stop that is up here, been put way back in the neighborhood, but yet this one still doesn't exist. And this one was put way back in the neighborhood in order to meet that 1.5 mile limit for the bus stop. But now that bus is overcrowded and students are standing in the aisles as soon as 2 or 3 hours going into school. Students standing in the aisles going to Bates Middle School, which is completely unsafe, and it's happened almost every day. So what we're asking for is maybe a modification of the policy so we're actually eligible for busing, and just to reinstate these 2 stops or look into that, or maybe like a special exception for safety, and by the superintendent, that by your regulation would allow us to have bus stops back. So just an issue, and hopefully we can resolve this.
Thank you. Mr. Schallheim.
Can I wait till after the last public comment, and then I'll ask one question? Thank you.
Ms. Hicks.
Good morning, Latika Hicks. I'm here to talk about school bus issues. I'm asking for better communication from our transportation department, and most importantly, to put the safety of our children first. The school year has just begun, and we have bus issues. My child attends Crofton Middle. His scheduled bus is numbered 193. However, on the first day, bus 257 picked them up, and on another day, bus 502 picked them up. Parents were never informed of any changes. There are a number of school buses that come through my neighborhood. How are we supposed to know which bus to get on? The school bus was crowded. There were 3 children to a seat and others standing. The transportation department, as I understand it, says it is legal to have all those children on the bus, but is it safe? Is it safe to subject our children to those conditions on a daily basis? Children were told just before getting out of school that the bus taking them home would be different from the bus that they rode in that morning. That's confusing and cause anxiety. My neighbor's child got on the wrong bus. He was ultimately dropped off near his home, but not on the side of the street with the sidewalk. So in essence, he was put off in the middle of the street. I understand from the Transportation Department that is also legal, but is it safe? It seems to me that the problem stems from a lack of planning and, of course, a lack of communication. It appears that the Transportation Office failed to verify that all of their buses were operable before the start of the school year. I'm saying that because they said bus 193 was broken, and that's why it was not on the route. It seems that the Transportation Department failed to confirm the number of bus drivers they would have. They contracted to receive 15, but I understand they only had 2 bus drivers. They failed to properly train new bus drivers. Students were guiding the drivers on their routes, telling them which way they should be going. They failed to communicate with parents. To this day, I still haven't heard from the Transportation Department. We still have no idea what's going on. As parents, we can't help with the school system and the Transportation Department if we don't know what's going on. Some parents have gotten together, did a little carpooling for their children because they did not want to subject their children to overcrowded buses or just not knowing what bus to put their child on. We have a problem, Dr. Olato, and I'm asking from you to have a full review and evaluation of the process, of the transportation process, and that those vulnerable areas that are identified be addressed, and that parents are notified of what those vulnerabilities were and how they are going to be fixed so that we could make decisions moving forward. Please let us know what's going on.
Ms. Hicks, thank you, as always. So I can't speak to the specifics of your child's bus. I just don't know. But let me give you some generalities about transportation that are clearly impacting your cluster. We schedule the buses such that, we schedule the buses such that there should be 3 students to a seat. A lot of students don't like to sit 3 to a seat, but that's how the buses, that's the numbers that we use in determining how many buses need to be running which routes. The difficulty we've had, and you say that there is a breakdown in communication, and I would agree with you. If things aren't running on time, we need to let the parents know if things aren't running on time and why. But let me also share with you that we've got all the buses were certified and ready to run for the first day of school. Why a particular bus number broke down and wasn't available, I can't answer it again. I don't know the specifics, but all the buses were certified. They all went through their runs the Thursday before school started, and every driver went through the appropriate certification and training. One of the difficulties we've had is 1 or 2 of our contractors, one in particular, was not able to hire enough bus drivers. So we've had to double up runs, and that's the reason that some buses have had more students and some buses have arrived late in the morning or the afternoon because a driver has had to do 1 run and then come back to do a 2nd run, which they might not know the route because they've not run those routes before. It's a problem, but it's a problem that we're looking to resolve. We have gone to some of our other bus contractors and asked them if they've got drivers and buses available, can they come over into the Crofton area and other areas where there's where routes aren't being covered, they don't have enough drivers, to get them covered while we give them time to get drivers, get them trained so they know the routes and we can get them on. So some of those issues should be corrected this week because we've gotten some of our other bus contractors to send their buses and their drivers over to run the routes while one of the contractors is trying to hire more drivers. A driver shortage is an issue in Anne Arundel County and Prince George's County and Montgomery County and across the country. We're having a hard time, our contractors are having a hard time hiring and keeping bus drivers.
So when the bus schedule goes out, if there was a problem with hiring the buses, why weren't we notified? The bus schedule went out as if this was how it was going to be. Correct. But clearly the Transportation Department, from what you're saying right now, knew that there was going to be a problem from the start, that they didn't have enough buses or enough bus drivers.
I don't know when the Transportation Office knew and when the contractor We've got a contract, as you said, and if they don't supply the bus drivers and they don't run the right routes, then we have a mechanism that we have to impose penalties for that contract because they're not meeting the full line of the contract, the full commitment of the contract. So we've got mechanisms through the contracting process, but that still doesn't get a bus to the stop on time to pick up your child. I realize that. That's something that we have to work from within. So I don't know when Transportation Office knew or didn't know, but your point is taken. Absolutely, I've made note, your point is taken. If it's not going to be running on time or there is going to be a delay, we should be letting folks know.
Thank you. Mrs. Schallheim.
What is the law regarding seating on buses? I can only speak from my own personal experience riding as a chaperone on school buses, and myself and one other elementary school kid take up the whole seat. So our high school students are, adult size, and I just wonder, is there, I know we're setting up for 3 to a seat, but I'm visually having a hard time understanding how that's possible. Is that are we, what's the law regarding seating?
The law is that depending on the bus and the structure of the bus, the law allows for 3 to a seat.
Do they take into account the size of?
You're asking well beyond my capabilities.
I know.
I'm just not an expert in the area, but I do know the law states that there are. We schedule for, and the law allows, and the buses are designed. Our buses with our contractors are designed for 3 to a seat.
I do struggle a little bit with that, and I ask that maybe that's something we can look into evaluating. I know that we have a bus driver shortage, and I know that continues. I question the safety of that. I also wonder, so if it's 3 to a seat, clearly it's illegal if students are standing in aisles, right?
So actually, no. Students can stand in an aisle in between seats as part of COMAR. That's not something that we schedule for. It's not something that we want to occur, but you asked the question,
yes.
What does the law state?
Yes.
The law states that somebody can stand in between seats.
Wow. And thank you for the clarification. I personally that seems to me
again, let me reemphasize,
I know.
wherever you're going with, let me reemphasize, that's not how we schedule. We don't schedule for 6 in seats and 1 standing row. We don't schedule for 7 students per row, 6 sitting down and 1 standing. We don't schedule that way. But you asked the question, does the law allow it? And if there are multiple students getting on a bus that maybe should or shouldn't be getting on the bus, the answer is they can stand by law.
Okay, and
we don't schedule it. I'll make that very clear.
No, I know, and I'm not trying to go any sort of way. I'm just asking for clarification. That's all. So, it seems to me that when these issues occur, I hope that we address them as soon as we know about them. And I'm grateful for knowing about these. For full disclosure, I did get an email from Ms. Hicks earlier, so I did know about Bus 193. I figured that's why she was talking about it, but. I'm not trying to go any sort of way. I have trouble visualizing how that kind of a bus is safe. And so I hope that when we're made aware of these things that we look into it. With regard to the bus stops, though, I had no idea about this. And so were you aware that those bus stops were removed? And can we get them back? How do we get them back?
I'll have to find out.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out why they were there in the first place, if they were within the 1.5 mile, based on your maps and your information, which I haven't seen. We haven't had a chance to talk, but if that is in fact accurate, I don't know why the bus stops were there in the first place.
But sometimes, the 1.5 miles is in the policy for sure, but there are exceptions for safety, et cetera. For example, in my neighborhood, you wouldn't have a child walk down Arundel Beach Boulevard. It's like the Autobahn. So I just wonder if that's why those 2 stops were there, and if they are unsafe, and if this is part of the transitioning to the software, and and mistakes happen. If those sites were specified because of a walking safety issue, and there was a whoops with the software, then we need to rectify that. And I do believe that we can always do better on notifying parents about late buses and I hope that we continue to do that. If we had some sort of mechanism to look up whether or not a bus was late without having to make a phone call, that would be even better. And yes, I'm alluding to some sort of app of some kind that others have used. My daughter's bus has been late every day last week, and I know some of it's start of the new school year stuff, and but it's just helpful for all of us to just be notified when these things occur. And so I thank you all, and I thank Dr. Arlato and his team in advance for continuing to put notification as a priority, and when these things come up, to be sure parents know about them as soon as possible. And thank you.
Ms. Sanchoi.
Thank you. I would prefer to wait to the transportation discussion, please.
Perfect. Mr. Grannon.
Mr. Sell, thank you. That is the most professional presentation that I've seen from anyone, not just member of the public, I mean anyone having anything to do with this school system, about the implications for a particular community and bus stops. And I think if we're here for any reason, it's to be responsive to the public providing us that type of information. So for whatever reason those bus stops were there within the 1.5 mile radius, some professional in the school system made a determination that those bus stops should be there, despite their being closer than 1.5 miles. There is absolutely a reliance interest that parents, families, and students have in having bus stops that they have had for years still be there. As far as I'm concerned, when you say that students got on a bus that morning and those bus stops or those buses weren't there that afternoon, and that information is not basically immediately rebutted by somebody in the administration, I'm going to take it as true. As far as I'm concerned, if that happened, that is absolutely unacceptable. And I move right now that this board vote to reinstate those bus stops as of this Monday, pending report from the superintendent to the board on why they were in the first place and why we should consider eliminating them.
Thank you. Okay. We have a motion for Mr. Grannon. Second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion, and then certainly I'll turn to Dr. Arlato just to ask us, about some of the implications and logistics, or if whoever can speak to, what some of those implications would be, so that the board's informed as we begin to take the issue. We've got a couple of lights. First, Mrs. Hummer.
I certainly want to, as the superintendent said, that he would follow up on this because he's not aware of it, and I think we need to get information that's coming up. I think it is premature for the board to make a motion for that when we don't have any information on it or what's going on, and I would like for the superintendent and the transportation staff to have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Snell privately and get the correct information for that before we make a motion to move that forward.
Okay. Mrs. Schalheim.
To me, once again, this is a notification issue, and if nothing else. So does the superintendent have well within his purview to establish bus stops and edit that? Totally 100,000%. But if students got on a bus in the morning and then that bus wasn't there in the afternoon and there was a notification issue, I just ask that we continue to do all we can to work on improving that part of the department so that these things don't happen again.
Mrs. Ellis.
Correct. I think it is important to know why these bus stops did exist within those limits and why they were chosen to be eliminated. But my great concern is I'm wondering if we can request, surely we can get this information within a few minutes' time from our transportation department. If this actually happened, if students got on a bus in the morning and didn't have a bus that afternoon, can we confirm that that happened by the time we get our transportation report? And if that's the case, then I agree. We absolutely have to have adequate notification to families that it is just shocking to me that we provided a bus in the morning and then that afternoon it was gone, and parents actually had to leave work because they had this situation happen. So is it possible that we can table this motion to the transportation report just so we can give our administration an opportunity to respond to what has been told to us?
Yeah, I respectfully decline to table my motion. I've heard everything that I need to hear. This is an opportunity for us right now to vote and be accountable and walk the walk and not just talk the talk. You guys say this idea of, I pointed out the fact that the bus wasn't there in the afternoon as an absurdity. I don't care if these people were told 2 or 3 days in advance. That is not enough time. People need weeks and months to change their lives, to change their financial arrangements, to do everything that it needs to take to get their kids to school. I got to tell you, I don't live in this downtown urban area. I live in an area where it might be a lot easier. But if you told me with less than a week's notice that I had to make new arrangements to get my 2 little boys to school, I'd be up a creek. So no, I'm not tabling my motion. We're voting.
Okay, Ms. Sanchwein.
So, Ms. Ellis actually took the words from my mouth. I think the transportation department, we have a lot of questions that are coming up pertaining to the overcrowding. We'll have questions pertaining to the 2 to the seats, sitting on laps and otherwise. And I would prefer that anything pertaining to transportation be brought up during transportation. And I agree with Ms. Ellis. I think this is something that can be, this is info that can be given to us without waiting till, forever. And I believe if we allow that to happen and we have the transportation office do their monthly report, we'll then be able to shape a motion that's more in line with the current need.
So, I've heard some back and forth. I just want to make sure we're doing everything correctly. Has a motion been made? So you have, no, that motion is, have either of you made a motion to table? So was that a motion? Yes. Okay. Is there a second on that motion? Okay. That motion now supersedes. There's a motion on the floor to table this until when? The transportation report?
The transfer 4.04.
4.04. So the motion at this time is to table Mr. Grannon's motion to the appropriate time at item 4.04. The motion to table requires a majority vote of the board, and there's no debate on the motion. Mrs. Howell, would you please call the roll? This is to table only.
Aye. Mr. Leib? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Alvey? Aye. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim? Aye. Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Gilliland.
Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Grill.
I was going to say he would love to vote. He would love to vote twice.
My apologies.
I will vote aye.
Motion passes 8-1.
8-1. So the motion to table is there. We will, as the
I hope you got that. Capital, you got that right.
First item of business under 4.04 will be to the reconsideration or consideration of Mr. Grannon's motion. Seeing no further lights. Item 4.01, we'll now move to departmental reports. Item 4.01 is the safety and security report.
Good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Corkadell, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support, and I am providing a monthly update on security as requested to highlight the work being done in this department. Since the July report to the Board, the Office of School Security has engaged in activities to promote the safety of all of our students, staff, and visitors. We have $2.9 million in security camera refresh and enhancement projects that continue to be installed. The sheer volume of this equipment will take at least through February 2020 to implement and update. Additional security camera refresh and upgrades will continue with fiscal year 20 funding. Upgrades are a continuous project. We continue to work with facilities to monitor classroom door lock transitions to a single action lock. Two-way communications have been enhanced throughout the approximately 600,000 of the 800 megahertz radio replacements that have been delivered to schools for emergency communication to central office and/or county-wide first responders if necessary. The vendor-required transition of the visitor management software to Raptor 6 has been completed. Multiple sessions of training were held for front office personnel this summer, and more sessions are scheduled. All schools now have the most updated and current equipment. This summer, there was an emphasis on professional development with presentations at 6 sessions of the front office staff receptionists, the Help Conference, the Unlocking Our Potential Conference, the Food and Nutrition Back to School in-service, 4 sessions of 3 hours each of the facilities and maintenance operations staff, and professional development with teachers starting at Overlook, Linthicum, Severna Park, Georgetown East elementary schools, as well as Arundel Middle School. In total, the Office of School Security has provided security-related presentations or training to more than 2,500 Anne Arundel County Public Schools staff throughout the district since June 15th of 2019. Thank you for this opportunity to update you, and at this time, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. We've got a couple of board questions and comments. We'll start first with Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Gillen, and thank you, Ms. Jackson. I first want to commend you, Ms. Jackson. As I shared in the community highlights, I visited plenty of schools, and safety and security was paramount. It was apparent, and we hosted the entire community at each of these visits, and everything was spot on in terms of safety and security, so thank you for that. I do have a motion, though, for the board, please. There was a report in the Capital Gazette last week concerning some arrests and citations, so I would like to move that the board receives a presentation from the superintendent to address the statistics reported in the Capital Gazette on September 5th, 2019. This report was titled, "Students at Majority Black Meet High 3 times as likely to face arrest in school." I would motion that this presentation be made on September 25th, which is our next board meeting, and would request, because I didn't see in the report where there were stats for the 2018-2019 school year. I think the latest statistics were from 2017-2018, that those statistics be included. I'm requesting this motion to the board for 2 reasons. One, as me, of course, I've made no secret, is near and dear to my heart, and I want to be able to understand that. But most importantly, there are parents whose students are attending Meade High School right now who are now on alert because of what was reported. So we want to be able to get our story, so to speak, out to the public and give them real-time current statistics. Finally, in terms of safety and security, I know you all are doing everything that you can. I want us to be able to communicate to the community the importance of their part as well. I believe this presentation should include some information on how the community can support the safety and security procedures that are in place. So thank you.
I second you, by the way.
So we have a motion and we have a second? Okay.
So, yes. I have a point of information. Ms. Antoine,
yes, sir.
Any one board member can support what you're asking for, and it only takes 2 of us to add an agenda item. And since you have your show of support from Ms. Schalheim, that is now an agenda item for that meeting. I don't want to have anyone out there have the misimpression that we need to vote as a majority of the board to get agenda items. Okay. So will you withdraw that motion, please?
So it was my understanding, the reason I made the motion. But if that is the procedure, I'm willing to withdraw the motion, but will request that it be an agenda item. So-
We just did on the record, so it's going to be an agenda item.
So with that, I'll officially say I will request as an agenda item the following for next meeting. That the board receives a presentation from the superintendent to address the statistics reported in the Capital Gazette on September 5th, 2019, titled, Students at Majority Black Meade High 3 times as likely to face arrest in school. And I would request as part of that presentation that the presentation include the 2018-2019 school year citations, arrest, and charge statistics for all of our schools. Thank you.
If I may? Yes. So, thank you, Ms. Antoine, for bringing this to the floor. If the board would like a presentation, we're glad to do that. I just don't know what the presentation is going to include. I think we could talk about Meade right now. Let's talk about that article. I can't bring forward any juvenile citation data because it's not in our purview. The school system, as you know, doesn't make arrests of anybody. So I have no juvenile citation data. That data was not shared with us from the Capitol. In fact, the Capitol reporter that wrote that didn't speak with us as a school system. They spoke with the principal and some others, but they didn't speak with the school system. So I can't give you updated data with regard to juvenile citations. I've been on the phone with Chief Altamari yesterday about the article, his concern about what was reported and the time he spent with the author of that. But what I can tell you is Meade is an awesome place, and you know that, right? You know, right? I see the smile on your face. This is a special. It is amazing what those children are doing. And what I believe this article did, and what has occurred in the past with Meade High School, is our students at Meade in that community have been painted with a broad brush. People that don't know or understand or have walked the hallways of Meade to see what's going on. It's an incredibly special place, and you know full well, the community knows, that John Yor, the former principal, who's now at Chesapeake, started on his 7-year mission to change the culture of the school on the inside. Not a lot we can do about the outside, but the culture of the school on the inside. And he did a phenomenal job. You've been there. It's a warm, welcoming place. The students will tell you they care about their school. The alumni are incredibly strong and incredibly proud of their school. They're really unhappy with this article also because it paints them with a broad brush. Does Meade and other high schools have issues? Absolutely. As I started my comments with, the school system does not issue citations. Those are arrests on paper, right? Those are legal terms. Those are arrests on paper for students that make destructive decisions. The overwhelming majority of students at Meade come to school on time and study hard and take advantage of the programming that we have created for them. We know full well that the happier student is the student that's engaged. The student that is less likely to make bad decisions or destructive decisions or illegal decisions is the student that's happy and engaged in programming at the school. So that's the reason we've added Project Lead the Way in pre-engineering, why we've added a signature of Homeland Security, why they are an IB school, why we have AVIDs really strong at the school. Those are all things that we as a school system, because that's what we do, we create programming to engage students. We continue to engage students, the stable for the 9th graders, students that are identified coming out of the middle schools at Meade into the high school that may be behind, and they're put into the stable to be given extra supports. With all of those things, all of that positivity, there are still students that make destructive decisions. And illegal decisions, or destructive decisions that are in the realm of illegality, become the purview of the police department. We have, without question, the best SROs in the state. We are a model. Our SROs are well trained, and I don't believe for a second that any of our SROs are walking the hallways of Meade High School or any of our schools looking to make arrests. In fact, it's just the opposite. That's not what Chief Altamari wants. He's about community policing. He's about his officers out of their squad cars, on their feet, walking around and talking to citizens. That's what he's about. And that's what the SRO unit is about, is out in the hallways and walking and talking with kids and their coaches and their mentors. And you know that, you've experienced that. We've got 2 fantastic SROs At Meade, since we're talking about them specifically, 2 fantastic SROs. So they're not out looking for arrests, but when there are illegalities, they have an obligation to take action. The beauty of it, I shouldn't say beauty, but one of the things that was not painted is what happens after those citations come out. And there's a lot of work on behalf of the police department and this county to diversion programs once that arrest, that citation has been made for that student, to make sure they don't go into the system, that they end up coming back. We go through our normal code of student conduct. They have their due process in terms of the school is concerned, and the same is true with the juvenile justice system, but we look for a way to bring them back into school, as does the police department. So there are many diversion programs that the police department, Chief Altamira in particular, is very proud of. So I'm glad to talk about Meade because there's so much good to talk about. The principal last night, our new principal, Mr. Rivers, Dr. Rivers, who's wonderful, got a chance to speak in front of the Caucus of African American Leaders. And he presented to them, one of their students was receiving an award. He was there to support his student. Then he was asked to stand up and say a few words about this article and about his thoughts about Meade. And he shared similarly as I'm sharing with you, it's a fantastic place. But we do have students that make destructive decisions. They're not castaways and they're not throwaways. They're our students. And they need to learn from those mistakes. But when the law steps in, we as a school system have to step out and let them do their work. And then we work jointly with them and juvenile justice to bring those students back to school. So we are troubled by those numbers. I don't like those numbers, but I've never seen those numbers. That's not data we keep because we don't make arrests. So I don't have that same juvenile citation data, and it wasn't shared with us in advance of the article. So I won't be able to bring anything new to light other than what I just shared with you in the last 5 minutes.
So also, Dr. Arlotto, I sincerely appreciate the time you've taken since the article came out with the key players. But I do want to commend Ms. Lumpkin as the author of that article for bringing things, whatever, she didn't make up the stats. And I'm sure that they were verified. And I want to commend her on taking journalistic boldness and doing her job to make the public aware of some things that could be perceived as concerning, which at this point it is. The reason we want to be able to address it is for much of what you just shared, to bring back what we know about Meade and our school system. If these numbers are incorrect, for example, let's correct them. If this is happening, let's find out why. We don't want any. It should be 0 citations, 0 arrest of our students. So the request is that we address what was in there and then bring back some hard numbers and some hard facts so that we can move forward and we can help the students to know and understand that every school in Anne Arundel County is out for your safety and for your success in education.
So I do want to clarify, I by no means am questioning the data. I did not say that because I'm assuming it's correct. I'm sure that Ms. Lumpkin went through and she verified her data with the police department. I know by speaking with the chief that he spent an hour and a half with her in an interview. So I have no doubt that that data is correct. I just want to clarify that you wanted the 18-19 data, and that's not data we keep. I don't have juvenile citation data. It's not data that we keep. But we would like 0 arrests also. We as a school system,
Right.
this board and this school system. And so I need students to make better decisions. I need students to know, and we want to work with them inside the school, and we need the community to work with them outside the school so that they make better decisions, not making destructive decisions where now they have to become engaged with the juvenile justice system.
I wholeheartedly agree. I just believe if we do a little bit more, even reaching out to the police department for those stats to help us understand these are our students, and if these things are they're being arrested during school hours, we have some kind of stats to say this child was arrested. But I am as concerned as I am also aware that there's some data, including personal information, that cannot be shared. But we do need to address this as the school system, and that is the reason I'm requesting that it be on the agenda next week.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Hummer and then Mr. Grannon.
So, Meade is especially close to me and Miss Antoine because our children attended there or attend there now. It's my community, it's my neighborhood, it's Miss Antoine's community and neighborhood. These are our friends. The article the other day was incredibly upsetting. I have spoken to, I went to the football game and I was speaking to administrators and parents. I've been to soccer games, I've been at the bus stops. I attended a PTA meeting last night in the Meade cluster with almost 100 parents there, who primarily African American, asking about this article. But to a person, what they have said to me is, this is not Meade. They haven't said, I'm afraid for my child. In fact, at the PTA meeting last night, I loved it because the first lady who asked me about it said, what do we have in place to help these children? She said, what more can we do? Because they know the kids that go there. It's their children, it's their neighbors, and they know that they're there. And I found this article, there are some things that we need to delve into further, but there were so many issues with this article, starting with its intentionally inflammatory headline that said students, black students, were more likely to be arrested. A citation is not an arrest. It was not included in this article. She did say all the programs we have for interventions, but she did not cite how many of those citations were dismissed because children went through. That is valuable information to have. Our students are not getting arrested at school every day, and to do that was incredibly irresponsible to put a headline that they're being arrested when that is not the case. This article was written in June. It was held until the third day of school. It was held to make an outrageous statement. These staff at that school have been working for weeks to make the best opening for school, and those kids came in ready to learn, and then they are hit with an article that basically calls them criminals on the third day of school. Unacceptable. They brought up an incident from 20-plus years ago and said, this is Meade. How unfair to our children that an incident from 1997 was cited as exemplary of Meade High School. That is unfair to the kids that we have now. The article said, Meade reeks of bad reputation. What message does that send to our children there, who are high-performing, excellent, amazing kids? Why is the public putting that out there? The thing that I talked to numerous parents and students, they were most upset about that there was a line in that article that said, parents, students, and staff have long acknowledged racial tensions at the predominantly black school. Every single student I talked to said, we don't have racial tension at Meade. That's the best thing about Meade. We're so diverse. This board recently received 5 years of data for all of our schools for bias incidents in schools. Guess what? Meade High School had 0 incidents over the past 5 years. Every other high school had multiple incidents, some of them a great many. That to promote and put out there that the children of Meade are somehow, that it's a racial issue, it does a disservice to those kids. One issue that it was brought up that I actually would say to the Capitol, do a deeper story on disproportionality in discipline. That's a real issue. That is a real issue nationwide that people much smarter than me have been trying to tackle. Are we punishing, and the data shows we are across the nation, are we punishing minority students, especially black boys? Are we punishing them disproportionately to the number of them that are in our schools? And we find that everywhere. But you know what she didn't say? In this article, it talked about disproportionality. She never stated that her own data that she put for Meade was not disproportionate. It was exactly in line for the racial makeup of the school. So that means if there's disproportionality in our county, it's at other schools. So let's delve into that. Let's delve in across the way. Let's not use Meade as our example when we know that there are other things going on everywhere. It's a real issue. We need to look at that. Let's delve into that and not have just Meade be the one. Newspapers should bring to light information to make the world better. And instead, this article was a cursory overview. They used one single data point from 1 year. So in education, we don't look at 1 year in isolation. We look at trends. Was this an aberration or is this a trend? We're going to address it in different ways if it comes out. So it needs to be a greater thing. We look at schools holistically. As Dr. Arlotto said, This is not school data, but we have lots of data on discipline and things. So let's look at all of those. Why didn't the Capitol ask for our own data about discipline and really be able to give an in-depth analysis of this? Instead, one single data point was used to tar this school. So I encourage the Capitol to do a real investigative piece about disproportionate discipline across the county and the nation. Look at multiple data points across multiple years. Interview school staff extensively about programs we have in place. Study other nationwide programs. That would be a beneficial piece that would highlight a real issue within education. This piece didn't do that. We weren't given a breakdown for what these citations were for. We don't know. Were they, as Dr. Arlotto said, were they truly serious infractions that endanger other students? Or are they being given frivolously? If they're being given frivolously, we need to know that breakdown so we can work with the police department about it. Those are things that were not included in this article. And our SROs are amazing. The SROs at Meade High School love those children. They are committed there. They are out there. The Anne Arundel County Police Department is out in that community all the time building relationships and working with those kids. And I think it was a disservice to our police department that the article implied that the sole purpose for the SROs was to be there to target children. As I said, I've spoken to numerous parents, and their question is always, how can we help? No one is denying that Meade has challenges. No one. No one is saying that those numbers are acceptable, if that is the real. But, as I said, one single data point. We need to find out more so that we can make a plan for that. So I am not brushing aside anything that's there, but I think we have to go deeper when we're looking at kids, and we cannot single out one school and one group of kids and put all this on them and make them the target of the bad kids, the horrible reputation. Meade is an amazing place. The kids love it there. The families choose to go to Meade, many of them because of the diversity and because of what's going on there. We need to support that, but we also need to, what is this segment of kids that are more challenged that we need to work with, and how can we do with that? We need our community groups to work with us and provide more supports, because the school can't do it all. What can we put out there in the community? I hope that that's what we take from this article, is more partnerships coming in, but I felt that this article was incredibly unfair and biased against our amazing kids. And to the students of Meade High School out there, I apologize, and I know you're amazing, and we will work forward, and you come to us, and let's all work together to find the ways we can help them, but let's not paint that one school as the problem child in the county based on some shallow, cursory reporting.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. Mr. Grannon.
Dr. Arlotto, just as a follow-up to your response before to Mrs. Antwine, what role does the school system play in determining whether a specific incident of student misconduct is dealt with by school-based discipline, such as a suspension, or is handled by the police?
It's if it's an illegality. So a student that brings controlled substances into the building, a student that brings a weapon in the building, a student that sets a fire in the building. These are illegalities. A student that pulls the fire alarm or calls in a bomb threat. Those are all illegalities that the police are then involved. So student misconduct, we have the Student Code of Conduct, and that's well spelled out, and it's incremental. And so the principals are very aware of it, the students, the parents are very aware of it. So we handle school students making bad decisions, and then the police have to handle those things that are illegal in the building. So as Ms. Hummer said, exactly why are all those arrests, those citations, I don't know, but I'm confident that they were some form of illegality that the police officer then was required to take action.
If that's the dividing line, is it your experience and is it your opinion that that dividing line is being applied and assessed in a fair and consistent manner across all our students? Because obviously some of that is in the eye of the beholder, right? A menacing act toward another student could technically be considered an assault. If it rises to a certain level, it's going to be who's around that, who witnesses it. So I'm asking just really for your views, is that consistently applied?
I'm not sure how to answer that because I can't speak for the police department. I can't speak for the police department. I know that there's a great deal of training that goes on with our SROs. And in fact, the Maryland Center for School Safety has written a new 40-hour course that all SROs throughout the entire state have to take. And I know some of the content because I'm on a statewide board for school safety, and I've reviewed the content, that some of that curriculum revolves around just that very thing, about the fair and impartiality enforcement of the rules, school rules, and then, of course, the legal rules. So, Mr. Grant, I can't speak on behalf of the police department, but I believe that as I said earlier, I believe that our SROs are working each and every day in the building and around the campuses of our high schools and our middle schools to make connections with kids so the kids make better decisions.
But from the school, I guess my question is from the school end. Obviously, if there's a scenario where a student does something and an SRO is not there to witness it, but an AACPS employee is there to witness it, and the school personnel is making the determination, okay, that has now crossed the line from just student misconduct to an instance of illegality. That's what I'm asking you. Are those determinations, in your opinion and in your experience, being made fairly in our schools?
Yeah, so great clarification. Thank you. So the answer is yes, in my opinion, and through my experiences, the answer is yes. Is that foolproof and 100%? No, because we're dealing with people. But in our student code of conduct, if you've not seen it, I'd love to show it to you. It has an area that that a principal can read, and if it is an offense, I'm going to make one. I'm going to say arson. A student sets a trash can on fire in a bathroom, and the principal can see what the consequences are for student conduct. And then the end of the row, and I'm trying to be visual here, it says there's a check mark whether the police need to be involved or not. And that is reviewed by our police department, by our SRO unit every year. We update the student code of conduct every year so that they know, yep, I need to call the police on this instance, whatever that instance was. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
I just want to ensure that the discussion amongst us even is an indication as to why we need this presentation. I want to make sure that the request is that this presentation will be on the agenda for next meeting, please.
Okay. Further comments on this topic? Okay. Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jackson.
I'm going to be up here for a while.
Yeah, well, hold on. Hold on one second here. Just bear 1 second. Maybe. Next. No worries. I'm not going anywhere.
Sorry about that. Okay, are we finished this item?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize for the commotion. As the board knows, we are going to lose our legal counsel in approximately a half hour because he has to go to court. And we need him for appeals. And we're also arriving at that lunch hour. If the board would allow me to sort of do something out of order here, we have two individuals who signed up long ago, and I also will take responsibility for this. I think we're going to change the time frames because doing departmental reports in what we budget for 15 minutes, I don't think is no longer acceptable. So we probably have to reframe the timeline here to give people a reasonable idea or expectation of what we're going to take, because we're about an hour behind schedule now. So I'm going to propose, if everyone will be okay with it, that Lisa Van Buskirk signed up to speak on item 4.04, transportation report, and Dr. Didoni signed up to speak on 6.05. We're not going to get to them for another 2 hours or so. And I'd like to offer the opportunity for both of you to speak on your topics. We're then going to take a recess for about a half hour so we can do our appeals before our attorney leaves, and then that gives people, staff, a chance to have lunch pretty quickly. So we'll take about a 30-minute recess in the back so that we can consider appeals, and then we'll come back, roughly at about 12:45. Would that be okay with the board? Okay.
Yes.
All right. And again, I just want to be respectful because you signed up expecting to have spoken by now.
Thank you. Lisa Van Busker, Workforce Star School Leader. And I suppose in my transportation comments, they could have also been in public comments, but and followed along with part of that conversation. But we'll start with, so when I was last here, I looked at all the high school start times when they were published, and I gave you like some charts of colors of what was good and bad. And then I went back last week to see how they had been adjusted now that school started and whatnot. And not that many changes, with the exception of Broadneck, where every single bus except 2 was changed 10 minutes earlier. So you went from pretty much green, meaning they were later than last year, to now they're all 10 minutes earlier, and now they're all earlier than last year's pickup times. So it's a little weird that every single one would be exactly 10 minutes earlier, exception 3. So again, I have a heartache with how well this software versus human intervention is going. But then I also went back and I looked to see where there were not changes, such as North County bus number 245. It still shows it takes 22 minutes to go a tenth of a mile. The Glen Burnie bus 191 from South County to Glen Burnie High School, it takes an hour and 21 minutes per the scheduled published to get home, but 5:40 a.m. pickup time plus 121 means it's arriving at 7 a.m., which still seems a little bit on the early side. Likewise, your earliest magnet bus is number 614 from the PVA. It picks up at Heaven Harmon at 5:26 in the morning, which I'd like to note is nearly 4 hours and 20 minutes before that school starts. It then has an hour bus ride to get to Cat North, where then the students separate to the PVA program in Annapolis and the PVA program at Broadneck, which varies from, Google told me to get to Broadneck from Cat North was 30 minutes and to get to Annapolis High School was 23. So those students are also arriving at school at 7 o'clock. Now, bearing any traffic changes on 97, I understand that. So when I do my PIA requests for arrival times, they'll be very interesting compared to last year. As I was scrolling through Facebook this morning, number 353 from South River High School was posted in my neighborhood community, which actually, when I went back and looked at it, is actually the bus that serves my neighborhood. And the comment was, starting another year of being late or not even showing up at all. So that is something that needs to be worked on. Regarding the discussion of 3 students to a seat, Baltimore County Public Schools Vice President of their board, Julie Henn, is interested in starting some legislation to limit for middle and high school students to 2 students per seat because of that overcrowding and safety concerns about people standing in the seats. Anyway, so all good things that hopefully the transportation department is looking at along with the transportation consultant as we move forward. Thank you.
Members of the board, Dr. Arlotto, the administrative staff, and to the general public. I stand before you today as a designated representative for the Anne Arundel County NAACP, President Jacqueline Alsop sends her greetings. We come to thank you for the changes that have been made to the bullying regulation and the bias behavior and language regulation, particularly interested and appreciative of the inclusion of restorative practices and the general responsiveness to comments made by the public at the last meeting. There remains no mention of appeal and escalation. I'm going to presume and look for confirmation later that there are policies and procedures in place within the school system that allow for such appeals and escalation if necessary. At least I didn't find them in the revisions that were posted prior to this meeting. I know that both the Anne Arundel County Public Schools and the NAACP have complaint processes that these things can end up in. My concern here is that if something escalates to a complaint, we might lose it to tracking, and that goes into the second point I want to address. Both regulations address data requirements. Again, I want to thank you for that. The data requirements are more explicit and appear to be more extensive in the bullying regulation than in the bias regulation. We live with our data. It's all we have. The fact that we have bullying behavior from the past is so important to tracking. The data we have around arrests of students, this is essential. It's what allows us to speak objectively. We are very interested in, not only in the Education Committee of the NAACP, but in the NAACP in general, about the transparency and granularity as those data are available to the public. At a minimum, it will have to be at the school level because the authority and decisions reside with the school principals. And I look forward to the opportunity to compare data that will be acquired under these new regulations with the data that have been acquired in the past, understanding that with a big change in the regulation, there's going to be, of course, some discontinuity. But we can look for our general patterns. And this takes me to my third point about needing to make evidence-based decisions. Embedded in both regulations is a requirement for you choosing evidence-based programs. The NAACP requests that as the principals look at evidence-based programs, they specifically look for evidence-based strategies that have been proven effective in comparable populations. Worst case, I don't think that an evidence-based bias program that turned out to be effective in Finland would necessarily be effective in Anne Arundel County. Of course, that's an extreme, but I think the caution to look for comparability of populations does apply. We're going to be creating our own body of evidence with these policies and procedures. What I've emphasized throughout is we look to have the data that are collected and made available sufficient to allow us to make good decisions about how to continue these programs, how to modify them, how to find the best practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Schallheim?
Thank you both for your testimony. I think my question's probably for Mr. Seknovich. And just, I know that, the first few weeks of school can be chaotic. We're doing the staggered starts of the elementary schools, the high schools, middle and high school students have to find a bus in a sea of buses. And I just wanted to get a general sense of kind of how he feels, how that's going, and if there was specific reasons for the shift of a whole school's worth of times or not.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if it would be okay if
table it to the
if you can answer that question then during the formal report.
Oh yeah, totally. All right. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Oh, sorry. Apologies. I just when you think of it, you ask.
No.
Yeah,
It's fair point. So at this time, let's call it. We'll be back out here at about 12:45. So we'll take a motion from Mrs. Corkadell.
Mr. President, I move that the board go to closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess. Thank you. When I sent you that,
Designation.
the
Nevada.
mic on. Board of Education will now come back to order.
Highly restricted.
And we had just finished item 4.01, Safety and Security Report. And the next item would theoretically be 4.02, but there's a scheduling dilemma that I like to ask if I can get a motion to take out of order item 6.03, the naming of Crofton Area High School, and hear that now.
So moved.
So motion, second. Any discussion?
No.
Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will now hear item 6.03, naming of Crofton Area High School. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend that the board, excuse me, name our new high school Crofton High School.
Second.
All right, so we've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Corkadell.
Not a discussion piece, but rather just an acknowledgement. I was so pleased, as Ms. Ellis was, I'm sure, joining me, to see a standing room only at the middle school for the naming. Truly, Crofton is a community that's very tight, and they continue to demonstrate that, because the very next night on the signature, they were still out in a large number to work with their new principal, and I would be remiss not acknowledging her. She's still here in there. Thank you so much for all that you do. And I'm so excited and cannot wait until next August. Looking forward to a great year, and as I said, just a major shout out to all the residents who participated in placing their names and attending the meeting. This is like the meeting date was probably the busiest vacation week, so to have a room full packed shows the commitment of caring, and I'm looking forward to our new high school. And thank you very much, Dr. Arlotto and your staff, for all that you're doing to make that happen.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corkdale. And I do want to just recognize for this jam-packed room, for Ms. Fierherd, for all of your hard work. It's going to be, you've worked hard up to this point, and it's going to be a busy year to get our school up and running. It's been 30-plus years since we've opened a brand new high school. She's got incredible support from this team, but in particular, Mr. Truffer, the Regional Assistant Superintendent of the Crofton area. So thank you to both of you.
I'll just echo that thanks as well. Thank you to both of you. All right, this is an action item. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Aye. Mr. Leib? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Alvey? Aye. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0. 9-0.
9-0. Okay. Thank you. Crofton High School. Okay, we'll now revert back to the established order with item 4.02, Bullying Prevention Report. Mrs. Jackson again, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Gilliland, Vice President Corkadell, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing a monthly update on bullying and harassment as requested to highlight the work being done in this department. Our schools have engaged in activities to prevent bullying and promote inclusion and acceptance. Code of conduct lessons were designed at the district level to present a scenario-based approach to learning aspects of the code of conduct, including but not limited to bullying and harassment through engagement and discourse. Students engaged in community building circles from the very first day of school. Thank you to Principal Lawhorn of Rolling Knolls Elementary School for affording me the opportunity to engage in the Code of Conduct activities, and Principal Yore and the Chesapeake High School community for allowing me to engage in your community circles. The Middle School Bullying Prevention Work Group, under the direction of Mr. Truffer and Ms. Egan, was organized during the 2017-2018 school year and charged with looking at how middle schools in particular, because that's where our data points show, can be more proactively working to prevent bullying behaviors or behaviors that are perceived by middle school students and their families as bullying. The work group, comprised of school-based administrators, school counselors, school psychologists, school-based social workers, as well as central office staff by various offices, has been organized to analyze the issues that contribute to bullying behaviors or behaviors perceived to be bullying, and to identify possible strategies with the help of our students and effective practices to implement within the AACPS middle schools. The work group, which has worked to gather and incorporate the student voice, has also gathered input from all middle school principals and school teams to inform possible systemic approaches and next steps to proactively address this issue. Thank you for the opportunity to update you, and at this time, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Jackson. We've got two lights so far. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jackson, for that. I had one question. For next month, Bullying Prevention Month, could you please share some of the things, some of the plans this AACPS is planning to do for that, to include Unity Day?
Yes, ma'am, and if it's okay with you, as a matter of clarification, I was going to include some of that in the Equity and Inclusion Report, and then could we do that for next month as well?
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thank you for all that's being done right now to start out this school year in a very positive way. I have one quick question. I was looking at my child's handbook, and it had me had my wheels turning. I looked at the bullying and incident report, bullying, harassment, or intimidation report. And there's a question number 8 on that form. It says, why did the bullying, harassment, or intimidation occur? I have a little trouble with that question, and I'm wondering, do we have an opportunity to reword that? Is that a state? That is a state.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll take that, because I'm just thinking, if a victim is filling out this form, how do they
And sometimes
answer that?
they give us valuable information from that section.
Right. So I'm
sometimes
thinking the question could be, can you give any background information of events leading up to this incident, instead
Absolutely.
of why did this happen? That seems like just a
Understand.
poorly worded
We
question.
try to mirror the state reporting form as much as possible so that there's no discrepancy in the data reporting.
So if we want to change that question, we have to do it through the state. Is that right?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. Let me have an opportunity to go back to the team and see how we can provide clarification and still get the data that we need.
Right. So again, if it can be something more like, can you give background information leading up to this incident? That way that student can give an opportunity to tell a story about the incident without having to say, well, this is why I was attacked. That doesn't really. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Hummer.
Just want to say how great it was on the back-to-school visits the first week. So many classrooms that we went into the first, second, third day of class were holding community circles from middle and high school, middle and elementary school. So they were already building those relationships and that community there that hopefully helps prevent some of these bullying things. So I want to just a shout out to all the schools. It was great to see everything already rolling from day one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. Mrs. Schallheim.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. I saw that too, and it was everywhere, and it was wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further board questions or comments on bullying prevention? Any public comment? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now move to item 4.03, Diversity and Inclusion Report.
Good afternoon.
Your trifecta today.
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, President Gillen, Vice President Corkadell, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent, speaking on behalf of Dr. Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion as requested to highlight the work being done in this department. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement continues to be intentional in their efforts in assisting schools in eliminating the achievement gap. With this goal in mind, new modules have been created for the early dismissal days. They include equity scenarios through the Equity Literacy Framework, culturally responsive teaching, fostering, engaging, and inspiring leaders, and mitigating implicit bias. On behalf of the Workforce Diversity Committee, led by Mrs. Shanika McKenzie, I am also happy to announce Diversity Week at the Board of Education. The purpose of the week is to recognize and celebrate the benefits of diversity and inclusion. Anne Arundel County Public Schools Diversity Week will occur during the same week as National Diversity Week, October 1st through 5th, which was founded in 1998 in order to raise awareness regarding the diversity which continues to shape the United States. There will be additional diversity and inclusion activities throughout the year. These activities will intentionally coincide with Project Unity dates to help reinforce the importance of kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. Schools will be provided a link with resources for how they can recognize unity based on the unique needs and interests of their student populations, including a slideshow for Unity Day activities from last year. Finally, a joint effort in collaboration with the County Executive's Office to eliminate the achievement gap will be held at Arundel High School. Dr. Arlotto and County Executive Pittman will launch the initiative with a community meeting from 6:30 until 8:30 on Monday, September 23rd, 2019, in the auditorium at Arundel High School, located at 1001 Annapolis Road in Gambrills. School system and county data related to this issue will be presented, and those in attendance will have the opportunity to identify key issues and provide input on next steps. Thank you for the opportunity to update you, and at this time, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you again, Mrs. Jackson. We'll start with Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, President Gilliland. Thank you, Ms. Jackson, for that. And so my question again was about the Unity and the Bullying Prevention Month as well. I wanted the public to be aware of some possible opportunities for them to get involved as well, from wearing orange on that day or otherwise, if you have plans for that. If you could share that with us, please.
Absolutely.
And then my other question is based for the board. I learned from earlier discussions that when I want to make these motions, if it's to request a presentation, I don't have to make a motion for it, just request it to be on the agenda. So for the month of October, I am making the request that we receive a presentation from the superintendent on the 2018-2019 park results, and in the presentation, please offer some solutions to improve student achievement. And Dr. Lara, I especially want to thank you and County Executive Pittman for the initiatives that are coming up. The park exam results, of course, we remember those as favorable in several areas, but not so favorable in others. So a presentation on those results to the board is what is being requested for one of our meetings in October.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mrs. Schallheim and then Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you for your report. I appreciate it. For Diversity Week, I assume that's K through or pre-K through 12 activities.
As well as the board
okay,
and our wonderful staff of Anne Arundel County Public Schools.
Fantastic. All right, wonderful to hear. The initiative that we all read about in the press release, if there's any additional detail that could be shared with us, I would love to have that.
So essentially, we will be sharing school system information as well as county information. What we've learned over the years, and the literature supports, that the achievement gap, although we are responsible as a school system for educating our students from the time they enter until the time they walk across the stage, we know that the achievement gap is much larger than the school system itself. And so we're bringing community members together and decision makers so that we can unite in coming up with solutions that may be involving external partners to help us in eliminating the achievement gap. The evening will include the data presentation, and then our participants will have an opportunity to participate in a protocol which will afford them the opportunity to respond to the data and give feedback. After that meeting, then a smaller group of individuals will be meeting based upon, a public participant may come and just want to give feedback, or they may want to continue through the commitment. The commitment is at least one 1-hour meeting per month, and it's a meeting of several agencies throughout Anne Arundel County.
Wonderful. Can we get a full list of who those partners are, all of those participants that were invited?
Yes, we will be presenting that on the 23rd.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. Regarding, I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about your last response because this ties into that, but invitations went out to local community leaders, and in other words, I know there's now been a press release.
Correct.
But can you elaborate in some way on what type of individuals were personally invited to the stakeholders meeting? I have someone who's very invested in this, who's asking these questions, so I want to make sure we understand fully about.
Absolutely. So the timeline, I love to speak in timelines. So the timeline for this was we gathered this small group of I would say invitations, but they're not really invitations, they're requests to join the meeting. And so we sent that to several different people that represent organizations outside of the school system. So for example, workforce development. So those type of stakeholders that could potentially influence either policy or practice outside of the school system. Then we sent the press release out to make sure the public knew that it was a public meeting. And then the outcomes, we don't want to presuppose any of the outcomes. And so what comes from the meeting as recommendations or questions or things for further study may then require us to take the original list of people and maybe add to it or maybe regroup in a different fashion.
Okay, great. Were local lawmakers invited?
Oh, thank you very much. So then after today's meeting, then we will make sure that they get will be extended a personal invitation. So, you know, the press release covers the public, but we want to make sure that they are given after today's board meeting, because I wanted to make sure that the public, the millions of people that are listening today, heard me.
So it sounds like without committing in too much detail about what's going to take place after the September 23rd meeting, it sounds like it's going to operate somewhat like a task force, correct?
Correct,
so,
yes.
To try and dig into and solve the problems. Great.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And we're hoping that from that evening, you know, there could be a myriad of issues that come up, but we are a very results-oriented school system, and we want to make sure that whatever suggestions come up, we perhaps tackle 2 to 3 things that we can really handle from a community standpoint, so that we can see results. The group will present publicly again in the spring sort of the results from their research. You know, Anne Arundel County is not the first school system to research the achievement gap, and so they will look at best practices from around the country, and then we're not going to reinvent the wheel. If we know something would not align with our school system and community needs, that's not something that we will begin with. But like I said, we hope that not from the evening on the 23rd, but from their initial meeting after they synthesize the information. After the initial meeting, our hope is that 2 to 3 strategies will arise so that we could really come together as a community.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mrs. Schalheim.
Sorry, just to be clear about the groups involved, you said they were going to be announced at that night.
Yes.
But can you inform the board separately about what sorts of organizations you've
absolutely. I just want to make sure I follow protocol, and so sometimes we have reached out to the organization, but they may not have accepted, or they may not have assigned a specific person. So if we can get that information prior, I definitely will share that. If not, then
let me rephrase: those invited, and those you know that have accepted. I would just like both.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any further board questions or comments? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none. That concludes the diversity and inclusion report. Sorry. Item 4.04 is the transportation report. We'll turn to Mr. Shaknovich.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to review item 5.04, the transportation report. I'm Alex Shaknovich, the Chief Operating Officer. So we've gotten off to a new school year, some facts and figures, and we'll cover some of our successes and challenges briefly. But we've got about 550 contracted bus routes out there, and about 85 additional buses that are assigned to service our special education and non-public population. We're running about 2,192 different routes. Those 2,192 routes add up to well in excess of 16,000 individual stops, which kind of makes sense if you think of, each bus is going to have, you know, anywhere from 6 to 8, maybe as many as 10 stops. That's how you kind of get 2,100 runs or 2,200 runs out to 16 or 17,000 kind of stops. So there's a lot of moving parts to this operation and the complexities that come with that. In terms of the population that we do service, year in, year out, the statistic is held pretty steady. So we transport about 76% of our students are transportation eligible. Last year's exact number was 63,351. We know with our student enrollment increases, likely we're going to be at or over 64,000. The state has an established day by which we have to canvass eligible riders and report that to the state, Maryland State Department of Education. So that's coming up next month. In terms of some of our challenges, it's undeniable that, you know, the perennial shortage of bus drivers continues. Actually, and I'm sure likely all of you probably receive Ed Week in your mailbox, either by hard copy or email. So, you know, just this week there's an article, and I'll just quote a brief sentence or two out of it. It says that, so again, this is the Ed Week article by Corey Mitchell, dated 3 September 2019. It says more than 90% of school districts across the country report driver shortages in a survey conducted this year by the National Association of Pupil Transportation. Over 1/3 of those districts described it as either desperate or severe, and those are in quotes, the survey said. This, again, it says the shortages are perennial and stem from a variety of factors. Each and every one of these is essentially true here. Really, the improving economy creates opportunities for CDL license holders or folks that would have been CDL license holders to gain employment elsewhere. There's low pay, limited hours, and really the split nature of the work shift, because you're working in the morning, you're fallow in the middle, and then you're working in the evening again. Even locally here, just by way of example, our bus contractors pay on average like a starting salary of about $21 an hour if you're driving a bus for one of our contracted. If you leave the contracted bus operator and you go drive a dump truck at one of my construction sites at Edgewater Elementary School in your area, Ms. Corkadell, you're starting at $35 or more an hour. So they can leave, get more hours, get a higher rate of pay, be eligible for overtime. They never even accumulate enough hours to get overtime here. So we have a lot of defections. We train people for free. We have a driver's training center that we put people through. We give them the required courses. We put them through their physical and their driver's training classes. We even let them use our buses, and we actually take them because they're not yet legally eligible to drive. But we take them to get their license, whatever. And in some of our classes, we had over a 50% defection rate this summer. So they'll get the license. We try really hard to get them, fully expected that they're going to report for duty. But they don't report for duty. They are now driving for Jones of Annapolis or, Huber's charter contract bus company, whatever. This happens all the time. Perennially, we lose drivers to other opportunities. But again, there's some cyclicality to it in terms of the economy. And with the construction market booming, et cetera, we're seeing a far greater rate of defections. They're not really, those folks aren't really great at communicating, yeah, I'm going to be there day one, I'm going to be there day one, and then they don't show up day one. The other thing that's been, slowing us down is the new, background check requirements that you have to get information from all of a person's, prior employment before we can hire him. It's a minimum of a 20-day process, so we are graduating new drivers that are eligible to drive buses, but they've not passed the newly imposed state mandates and background checks, so they're essentially sitting on the sidelines. They're not eligible to get on buses. One thing that's a little quirky that is, in years past, we've had some companies that have had I'll say excess drivers or spare drivers that we could dispatch to another company. This new law does not allow that. So if you're with bus company A and they had 3 new drivers and we wanted to transfer the drivers to bus company B, They have to go through a full new background check. They need to get references from all of their prior employers. Again, it's at least a 20 or something day process. So that's giving us a little bit of heartburn in terms of the driver shortage. A lot of it does to do with economy. Some of it has to do with the new background check. Two other challenges are traffic, as you probably experience in your own daily commutes. I mean, traffic does continuously get worse in this area. Almost anywhere you drive, you know, the length of time that it takes you to drive there or the time that you have to leave your point A to get to your point B is probably much longer today than it was even just a few years ago, let alone 5 or 10 years ago. And then finally, there are, with the number of new subdivisions and developments that have been approved or legacied or in the pipeline, again, with the economy approving, a lot of these were even fallow for, you know, over a decade plus, never got off the ground. But now with the market being the way it is and the economy being the way it is and interest rates being low, a lot of these projects are coming to fruition. So we're servicing new developments, you know, new areas that previously were just dirt or trees, and we never actually had to accommodate, you know, those. So those are some of the challenges we face. In terms of, I want to take a second to give you an update on the transportation consulting process. It's well under works. I think it's going very well. They asked for over 60 something data uploads. We uploaded all that information to the consultant. They did spend a week here last month doing some boots on the ground work, interviewing key individuals, gathering information, et cetera. They're going to be here again next week for a full week and a much larger team, again, going out, observing schools, observing stops, visiting contractors, visiting bus lots, looking at everything from stem to stern, because that's really what you asked them to do as part of the scope. So they're going to have a pretty large presence here again next week. Every indication is, again, as I said, the project does appear to be going well, and it doesn't look like, you know, we've really faced any obstacles or delays in terms of the data requests that they've asked it or accommodating their site visits. With that, Mr. President, I guess I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaknovich. Mr. Schallheim.
I have a question about the shortage of bus drivers and then our commitment to train them. I mean, that's resources, that's dollars we're putting in, we're investing in, and then there's, you said there's substantial percentage of those folks that don't end up driving.
We had some of our graduating classes had a 50% attrition rate.
And that pains me. So is there anything we can do from our end to get a commitment from them to drive for us before we offer to train them? Because they're using us to then go drive somewhere else.
So we instituted this practice because back in the day we required them to go out and pay. I mean, there's a lot of private entities out there that you can go and pay to get. You've probably seen on TV, come and learn how to drive a truck or whatever.
Truck driver or whatever.
So way back when, and that created a shortage because some of these individuals weren't willing to go out of pocket, you know, for all that, pay for the physicals, pay for the drug testing, pay for the training, the road miles, et cetera. And to sort of overcome a driver shortage situation that we had back in the day, we said, okay, we obviously have to do something different. How about if we take on the responsibility of, and we went about becoming a certified training provider, you know, came up to speed with all the requirements that the state and the federal government requires. So we kind of provided that as a service. But you're right, we don't make them sign like a non-compete clause, and I'm not even sure to what extent we can do that. I mean, they all promised us. If they walked in day one and said, hey, I'm going to take your class and I'm not ever going to come down and work for you, obviously we would say, get out of here. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I think we need to find a way to sort of cement a commitment. I'm just not really sure, and maybe we can work with, you know, our attorney and your attorney a little bit to see. But again, to the extent that we create new barriers, we're going to dissuade, you know, more drivers. So we got to be a little careful with that balancing act.
Right, but I agree that really make a concerted effort to look into what we can do. So I don't know how many dollars that amounts to, but with finite resources and lots of priorities, it would be great to not essentially invest in someone who's not willing to invest in us. So I would love for us to work together and look into how we can help fix that, because that's while
Right.
we're flooded.
And there's competition. I mean, I won't call out who it was, but a very large earth-moving contractor in the area very recently set up a recruitment table on the public road right in front of one of our driver depots so that they could solicit drivers who have the correct license to jump ship and go work for this other person's company.
But if we find a way to retain them pending, we'll invest in you if you invest in us,
right?
Kind of model, then maybe we can help offset some of that. The other thing
but Michelle, that is actually the messaging, right? I mean, the initial messaging is we're going to invest in you. We're going to pay for your classes. We're going to pay for your drive time. We're going to even take you to take the test.
They need to sign a contract to say they're going to work with us for X number of months or whatever it is.
That's the unspoken narrative, right? Is we're investing to you, but we expect you to come back into our fold and to continue to drive for us, not either take advantage of us or jump ship when the first better offer comes.
I wonder if we can put that in writing, like, we'll do this, but you're going to sign a contract saying that you're going to drive for us for a year or whatever it is. I don't, I just.
But again, we got to balance that against if you make that requirement, how many folks are.
Point taken.
Right. So,
point taken.
But that's an interesting idea, and like I said, I think that's something that we probably need to get legal to help us with to see what our
options are.
What our options are, because like I said, I know there's a lot of tumult like in the legal sector now, external to us. I'm talking private corporate world, right? There's a lot of tumult about the legalities of non-compete clauses and what you can do and can't do, and I would really want some expert help from somebody with a trained legal background and help me navigate that.
Oh, for sure. My next question is about the law that you were alluding to, that you could work. I don't know all the names of our contractors, but you could be a contractor A can have a surplus, but then they can't just transfer people to contract B. Your identity doesn't change. Your fingerprints don't change. Your social security number. Like, is this a state law? Is this a federal law? What is this?
It's a state law. Can I tell you even something more goofy?
Yeah.
So,
please.
you have worked. You hypothetically, you've worked for Miss Cutchess and Dr. Lucarelli for 17 years. You've been a teacher at Folger McKenzie for 17 years. You now apply for and got promoted to a teacher specialist because you're that awesome of a teacher. We wanted you to become a teacher specialist or an ALPS teacher.
Right.
You, even though you've worked for me for the last 17 years, you now have to go through a whole new background check. You have to get documentation from all your prior employers, even if it's just me. Go through this big vetting. So it applies to the law applies to anyone that has unsupervised contact with youngsters. Like we're seeing the impacts of this, and I know Dr. Lotto and the state superintendents have had conversations. We're having a tough time. Sports season has started. We're still trying to get gaming officials, because even referees for some of our varsity athletics are falling into this new things.
So it's a state and a federal thing?
No, it's state. The state just passed this. It's just got passed and just became implemented this summer. All of us are reacting to it. We're kind of hoping, honestly, we're hoping, and I know that Mabe has talked about this.
I was going to say, I just had a meeting 2 days ago with the legislative director from Mabe talking about legislation that's coming down, and everyone has quickly realized that this bill, while the intentions were good,
Right.
the implementation
Is
has
dreadful.
become a nightmare
Yeah.
for everyone. And so there is already language being drafted to amend and
To
fix
correct
it.
the bill.
To correct the existing bill. So there will still be
Good.
background checks, but there's already language that is in the works that's being put there, but it will not go into effect until next. It has to be voted and passed for next legislative session. But legislators are very aware of this, and there's already the
Wow,
movement to
yeah.
be this corrected, but we all have to live with this.
And
for how
it
is
got
right
passed
now.
for all the right
Right.
reasons and all the right purposes. I mean, nobody doubts, right? We all want
Right.
to protect our kids. We all want to make
Right.
sure that there's an abundance of caution before folks are essentially authorized to be in contact with students. But the
You're not changing full identity from
mechanics of it
Monday to
have become
Wednesday.
very
Yeah.
challenging.
Right. Wow. Thank you for all of this and for the extra explanation. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go with Mrs. Ellis and then Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. Real quick, and I don't need this information now, but if we could get the name or the number of the law so that when we're talking with other local lawmakers, we know what to refer to, that'd be great.
Yes, ma'am. It's HB
Uh-huh.
486.
Great, thank you. Okay.
And like I said, I know this
Committed to
Independence
memory.
Association. I know that MABE is on top of
That
it.
is a priority item for maybe it's
Yes.
HB 486 and Kerwin. I mean, those are the two big things for this year.
It amazes me how many different departments that this has impacted when I've talked to various, it's huge.
And external partners too, contractors. I mean, it really had a much larger breach. Yeah, it had a
It's
much
kind of-
larger breach than any of us had, anybody I think had initially contemplated.
And just so everybody can scratch their heads a little bit, the original language for the bill was good, would have alleviated a lot of this, and they axed it out, not thinking through, and so it's pretty much going back to what the original language was, that if they had left it alone, would have been much
Right.
better.
Thank you. I'm so very appreciative of our monthly reports, but obviously with the start of the school year, transportation is the thing that we get bombarded with. So apologize ahead of time. I do have several questions. I will start with, are adjustments to pickup times being updated on the scheduled bus page that we?
Yes.
So if there's been an adjustment, it shows up on that, on the website?
So the schedules should be, so previously the schedules were updated overnight. The system would have to post it. With the new system, they're instantaneously updated. Once you key punch into data, it becomes live to the viewing public. So they are actively being worked on, massaged, and changed and posted.
So whatever is on the website right now on the bus schedule is what is occurring right now?
No. Because again, you know, what is planned to occur
Right?
and reality, you know, we're dealing with reality now. We're not dealing with the
Right.
theoretical that we thought was going to happen in August. So each and every day we're getting feedback from our own transportation folks, from the drivers, from the contractors. So each and every day as feedback is coming in, adjustments are being made. So there's a little bit of a lag time. I know, for example, we're working through an issue at one of our middle school runs, right? So, you know, last year that run had 40 youngsters. We showed up at that stop and 40 youngsters were there. This year we showed up at that stop, it's a magnet stop, and there were over 70 youngsters there, okay, at that same exact corner, same exact stop. So in order to fix that, there are actually two buses in that general vicinity. So bus B has a little bit of capacity on it, some. So we're going to take bus B, and bus B is going to pick off some of the stops and some of the youngsters that are assigned to bus A. But now all of bus B's schedule all has to get changed, because bus B now has to go extra distance, make extra stops, et cetera. So, you know, you know, we call them load balancing things. The first couple of days are really quirky because we had the staggered start. A lot of parents are still driving. It's really week 2 and week 3 when things settle in. Even, even we find out which kids make sports teams and don't make sports teams. That even impacts the high school runs, et cetera. So in week 2 and 3, we get a better picture of who's really on these buses, and each and every day we're rebalancing things. But those rebalancing things, you know, bus A times wouldn't really get adjusted. But again, to make room for bus B to swing by to take 1 or 2 more stops away from bus A, bus B's, you know, all of the stops that occurred before that, all of them now have to be shifted earlier. So we're picking up all of bus B's kids even earlier than we were just a day or 2 ago, to make time and space for them to help bus A and then continue on the rest of those routes. So
now that you know that, you're making that change on the website,
right, and
so
that's,
families
and
are
that's
notified.
each and every day we are making adjustments to those schedules. Even the dry runs, I think when I, talked to the board back in August, so we did all of our dry runs on the 28th of August, which we do each and every year, and we get a lot of feedback and intelligence from those. I don't know how your commute was, but I drive the same route basically to school each and every day. Not just now that school, and it's each and every year. As soon as school starts, the roads invariably get more clogged than they were. So so we did a lot of adjustments based on the intelligence that we gathered from our August 28th dry run. So that helped us get a little bit better, right? And now that we're in real time and there are so many more people out on the roads, we're getting more intelligence and continuing to make more adjustments. And that whole, and it's almost like a shakeout period, but that takes a little bit of time until we get the balancing adjusted, till we know, how many youngsters are on each, will or won't avail themselves of the transportation as we adjust for real-time traffic versus projected or predicted. And so this is sort of an evolutionary process that we go through each and every year.
Okay, so as schedules are being adjusted, are families being communicated to directly, or do we need to send out a general message saying, please check your bus schedules regularly for the first few weeks?
Yeah, we do the general messaging, to tell folks to be checking, checking the webs, to monitor that, to make sure that there's no adjustments to it, because there's a lot of these. I mean, they're getting cranked through. Like I said, over 16,000, we're pressing on almost 17,000 stops. And we have a very, a very limited human workforce that can make these, adjustments. So, to make the adjustments, we try our best to communicate them, et cetera.
Okay, I'm going to go back to talking about a bus I personally know about, but I'm, again, hearing many stories. And it's really a remark about our software, and my question is, do we have, was this software the right the right choice for the school system, or are we having user issues? But again, I know of a bus that picks up 16 minutes away from the school that these kids are going to, but they are getting on that bus, or at least according to the posted time, almost 2 hours before school starts, to make this long loop, and then the last pickup for that bus is over an hour before school starts for what is probably a 20-minute drive. I have a hard time understanding that software came up with that.
Well, so I think the software is actually working. I mean, we're the times, that are resulting from the software this year are much more accurate than they were last year. Largely because out of the box, because last year was our first year of using this, out of the box, the software relies on the posted speed limit of a road. So when the road says when DPW says it's a 40-mile-an-hour road, out of the box, the computer system thinks you can run that road at 40 miles an hour, morning, noon, or night, 7 days a week, and on Christmas, right? That's not reality. So you have to basically, in a way, the software's got to be trained to learn your localized situation here, and to know that, even in front of this building, the speed on Riva Road can vary drastically depending on, if you're anywhere near the start and dismissal time of Annapolis High School. It can, I leave on purpose to get here to miss the Annapolis High School arrival time. Otherwise, I'll be sitting out on that road an extra 10 or 15 minutes in the morning. So we are working, the software system is learning and getting incrementally better at making all those adjustments based on traffic.
The software said that students are being picked up at 6:29 at Severna Park Middle School for a 7:30 start time at Annapolis High School.
Again, I would love to get that from you, and let me look into the specifics.
If you would look at bus 605, it's there. And so, are you saying we can't put out an automated message when there is a change to a bus schedule? Because otherwise, I guess what you're suggesting is parents have to check every day and they don't know how long, for changes to the bus schedule.
So we can look at that, but there's no mechanism for us to send a communique out to a phone or an electronic communique out to the bus riders of only one bus for one of the routes. So we would have to, if we change something, I can send a communication out to all of Benfield Elementary School.
Right.
But absent really a piece of paper, we don't really have a good mechanism. That's something that we've talked about, is trying to identify a way that we could create more tailored communication systems that don't involve creating a letter or a piece of paper and walking onto the bus and handing it to the students on the bus. But we don't have that granularity right now. So short of if any one of the stops at Benfield changed, I can certainly send a Connect Ed out to every parent of Benfield Elementary School, but it may only affect 3 students. So there's a little bit of a question about information overload and where that balance is again. So we've definitely talked about how do we create a mechanism that we can more effectively communicate with our families each and every time changes are occurring. And like I said earlier, Ms. Ellis, we're making dozens, if not hundreds, of changes a day. So,
okay. I'm still having a hard time understanding why buses are able to leave stops before the posted time. So if let's go back to bus 605, 5:37 is the posted time to depart Millersville Elementary School. According to what we tell families, kids have to be there at 5:27. That would mean that bus is potentially leaving Severna Park Middle School at 6:19 for a 7:30 start time. Why are we giving bus drivers that leeway? I can see if a bus gets to a stop early, maybe 5 minutes to load the bus, but that 10 minutes, so many times bus drivers just edge closer or earlier and earlier, and it's completely unnecessary. They're getting to their destination way too early. If the schedule says that a bus is leaving at 5:37, why would it leave before that?
We've communicated really since time immemorial that you need to be, because of the day-to-day variability, that you need to be at your stop 10 minutes before the scheduled stop time, because on day A, it may get there exactly at that time.
Right.
On day B, it could get there X minutes early, and on day C, for whatever reason, traffic, irregularities, et cetera, it may get there X minutes Y. So we do communicate to everyone that you should be prepared at your stop up to 10 minutes early. Now, earlier than that, no, that should not be happening. And again, so if the scheduled stop time is X, we say you get out there 10 minutes early, the bus shouldn't be getting there 20 minutes early and leaving without the youngsters. Clearly, that's
if it gets there 10 minutes early, then we adjust the schedule and we say, okay, that bus can start later. I still haven't heard a reason for that bus to leave a stop before its scheduled time, unless that bus is consistently late, and then we have to adjust the schedule. But if the schedule says 5:37 and kids are not getting to their destination late, then 5:37 should be the departure time.
And in theory, I'm not disagreeing with you, Ms. Ellis. I'm just
Okay.
saying that, again, we're making adjustments to the times, but those routes are not, in reality, they are not consistent 5 days a week for 10 months in a year. So we've got to, I cannot over-communicate to a community a degree of specificity regarding a particular stop that
But if it
is
gets
to
there
happen
early, then
181 times. There's, again, reality happens. Buses either can get there sooner or get there later, and that can change day by day, week by week, or month by month. So there needs to be sort of like an expectation
I just don't
window.
know why getting there earlier means leaving. I don't understand that. And then, should buses with the shortest commute times be the earliest to arrive at schools? If we have to have buses, in other words, if it's not practical to have all buses arrive, let's say for high school at 7:15, and some of them need to get there at 7:10, shouldn't those be scheduled for the students who have the shortest commute time, so that those who are traveling a long distance don't have to get out of bed in the 4 o'clock hour?
But the ones that have the shortest commute time probably have the highest degree of predictability. Adam would probably need the least amount of time to get there. The ones that have the longest rides have the least amount of predictability and more unknowns between point A and point B. So we've got to, in order to make sure that those buses are not late to school, we need to give them the longest window, and the short rides, we give them the short windows. And again, each school varies. So our transportation specialists kind of know the load and unload, and the ingress and the egress posture of each school, and how that individual principal manages onboarding and offloading on the buses. So it's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing. I mean, part of it has to do with transportation, part of it has to do with the physicality of that location, and part of it has to do with the operation of that school and what time they'll let us in the doors,
right.
When they'll dismiss the youngsters, in what order they dismiss the youngsters. That the transportation department doesn't direct principals. We don't tell the principals this is exactly what we want you to do. They don't report to the driver of that bus. So there's a little bit of a push-pull operation here. So we try to tailor the arrival times to each and every school individually as best we can. And I will tell you,
So are commute times considered in that decision? So if a student
I think it should be.
Yeah, I do too.
I think it should be. We've got schools that change principalships, and the new principal has decided that what's best for his or her community is a different dismissal processes or a different ordering or whatever.
I'm more focused on the arrival.
No, I understand that. But even on the arrival, a new principal decides, I'm not opening the door now until time B instead of time A. I'm still getting the kids to the school that I did under the old principal for the past couple of years. The new principal, for whatever reason, has a different procedure in place. Now I'm getting there.
But it's your
early and I've got
scheduling.
the
I'm
kids.
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
That's
It's your scheduling that determines, by you, the transportation department scheduling that determines when the buses arrive at the school, though. That's not the principal deciding. The principal's deciding when the doors open.
Correct. That's correct. Yes,
Right.
ma'am. That's absolutely correct.
So AACPS can decide which buses are going to arrive earlier
Certainly.
than others.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay. And then I only have a couple more. So we have contracts that require air conditioning on buses. Can you talk about that? Do all of our contracts have that now?
They do, not all of the buses. So the newer, as the bus fleet's got a 12-year time, so a lot of the older buses that were not air conditioning are aging out, coming off contract, and with each succeeding year, a greater percentage of the fleet is air conditioned. They will all be air conditioned here shortly. I mean, I don't know how many more years of
Okay.
unair conditioned buses they are, but 12 years ago, there was not a universal expectation for air conditioning. There wasn't a mandate for that.
So we're still in a
It is
transition.
now, so we're transitioning out of that.
Okay. Two more things. So I knew exactly what article you were talking about from Ed Weeks, so I pulled it up because every time I hear about driver shortage, I've been thinking this for about a year now, and which is, how can we get creative? Can we use current AACPS employees, train them to drive buses, teacher assistants, cafeteria workers, and that's exactly what this article is about. The title is "Teacher Drivers Keep Wheels on the Bus Going Round."
Right.
So are we exploring using, because then we can provide a full workday.
We actually have. So let me give you two parts of that answer. So yes, we have. But for example, now, so many of our schools, cafeteria worker would be a perfect example. Okay, because typically you think, okay, they're only, there during the lunch period. But we've got over half of our schools now serve breakfast and serve after-school meals. So those food nutrition workers are not there only for 3.5 hours in the day, therefore free to run morning and afternoon runs. So we have explored that. We try to sell that idea to folks that don't have enough hours. So for example, maybe you work in operations, you're a custodian, and you work on a second shift, the evening shift. So we do try to market that. Honestly, the best potential for us is there are a lot of folks, and you may know them personally, who are either underemployed or unemployed, and many by their own choice. So I mean, if there are parents of students in our school system, if there's parents at home that we know, we need, I think we could use a lot of help in trying to sell this. And I mean, we market, bus driving. We try to publicize it. If you've driven around the county, you've probably seen buses parked on the side of the road with big banners that were bought and paid for hanging off of them. But I think pushing to try to get a cafeteria worker to drive a bus, you may get a couple, and we do really try to sell that, Ms. Ellis. But I think the biggest fertile territory is to get folks that either, that are available during those times, that are looking to pick up some income, that are willing to help out.
But
that would be terrific, because that pool is probably much larger than the pool of either an existing custodian or food service worker or whatever it may work for.
I'm thinking about the teaching assistants who, we're bringing them into our schools to spend time with students anyway, and they may not have even considered that, and that could be a very attractive idea to them and to us.
So we've explored that, and the problem is that, so we tier, right? So say you're a teaching assistant at a school that starts at 8:45. I mean, that's great, right? And you need to be there, whatever the contract requires, 30 minutes or whatever before the school day. So if it's an 8:45 school, he or she needs to be there by 8:15 to meet their contract. Well, so maybe they can drive a bus to a high school, but then they won't be able to drive to the middle school and then 2 more elementary schools. Most of our buses run 3 or 4 routes in the morning and 3 or 4. I need that person to be able to drive to all 3 or 4, not just maybe do a high school run and then park their bus and walk out. So
all of our teacher assistants work from opening to closing of the school day?
Yeah, they
do.
Unit 10, Unit 4 employees, they work either 7 or 7.5 hour duty day, I believe, under contract. I know Ms. Rawls isn't here. She could answer that better than I could, but most of them do work a full day with us.
And then finally, going back, I had, Mr. Grannon made a motion, and I asked for that motion to be tabled until this segment, and I still have not heard. We have now parent testimony that kids got on a bus in the morning, and that afternoon the bus was not available to them. Did that happen?
So it happened inappropriately, essentially. So I'll have to give you the details for that. So So one of the stops is a magnet stop. We have a student that is a magnet student who lives within the Bates attendance area, but is a magnet student at Annapolis Middle School. So that youngster was an Annapolis Middle School student. We pick up, they're transportation eligible. So we run, Bates Middle School is a collector's site. So we picked up the Annapolis Middle School youngster, take them to Bates. They then collect the rest of the students from Bates, and they run a shuttle over to Annapolis Middle School. Annapolis Middle School is a later starting time than Bates School is. So the stop was established to service Annapolis Middle School youngsters that are part of their magnet program. The youngster that was in that program, we've come to find out, was no longer in that program, was no longer an Annapolis Middle School student. Whether he became a 9th grader or whether he left the district, either way, the stop was posted as a stop to pick up the student that ultimately is going to Annapolis. It's well within the walk zone. So nobody in that area should be getting on that bus. In fact, not just in that area, but further out. I think you saw the graphic there. That Annapolis Middle School youngster is no longer here. That stop was no longer needed. We checked with the school that confirmed that the student was no longer in the program. That stop got eliminated. But again, that was an Annapolis Middle School stop that was inside of the Bates attendance area, but it was for a magnet student at Annapolis. And then the second stop in question has to do with we were servicing a requirement of a federal IEP that had a transportation requirement associated with that stop. So that stop had been there previously. That requirement is no longer in place, so that special ed stop no longer needs to occur. It was designed to service the IEP requirements, the federally required IEP requirements for a special education eligible situation. It was not designed at all to be a general stop for walkers to Bates Middle School. That stop no longer needs to be there because that requirement no longer needs to be fulfilled. So that special education stop was eliminated.
Okay, so to help me make sure I understand and the rest of us, so one was a stop for a student who was basically, it was a route for Annapolis Middle School. This student and then Bates Middle, and then to Arundel Middle. Annapolis Middle, sorry. Right. Mm-hmm. And so then what happened was, I guess neighborhoods got wind, the neighborhood got wind, saw that there was this bus here, and they just got on. Is that, and so, right? Is that what happened?
Likely.
Okay, and likely, then the same thing with the other stop.
But the student no longer resides there, is no longer a student, well, is no longer a student at Annapolis Middle School in the magnet program. We confirmed that with the school. And we discontinued to stop because that we no longer had to provide that service stop for that IB eligible student.
So your answer began with what was inappropriate? What was inappropriate, the way we took the stops, or are you just saying it was inappropriate that people were riding that bus?
So, elementary school, we have a 1 mile walk zone. Secondary schools, we have a 1.5 miles. Frequently, folks see yellow buses inside of that walk zone. Mm-hmm. They don't know that that stop may be to service a special education student, it may be to service a magnet student, it may be to service, other categories that we provide transportation for. They just see a yellow bus there. So it's a yellow bus there, and why don't I get on that bus? Or I field a lot of phone calls and says, well, the bus has an empty seat on it, why can't I just get on? I paid for that bus, I'm a taxpayer, right? That is across the county.
Right.
That is each and every day we've got special ed buses, magnet buses, et cetera, that are inside of the walk zones that are there for other purposes. We've established a policy and regulation that distinguishes you know, who's a walker, who's eligible for transportation, and what are the exceptions that allow you to, you know, be assigned bus services even though you're within the walk zone. But if you don't meet those criteria, you're not supposed to be getting on the bus. Now, we do bus audits. Again, we've got a lot of buses and a lot of routes out there, so not at this time of year because it's way too hectic, but throughout the year, when it comes to our attention, a lot of times somebody will call us, give us a tip. Sometimes it's administration of a school. Sometimes it's a bus that we expected to only have 40 youngsters on it, somehow magically start showing up with 65 youngsters on it. So we will do audits and identify who is and is not to be, and then we communicate with the parents. I'm sorry, you're not supposed to be on this bus. You're ineligible for transportation.
So the bus that was a magnet bus would not have shown up on the Bates Middle School bus stop schedule, correct? That would have been an Annapolis Middle School.
Right, that's what
bus
it should
schedule.
have been depicted as.
Okay.
And, right.
And then, again, for whatever reason, kids were getting on that bus. Was that the correct way to handle that? Was for the kids to get on that bus in the morning, and that afternoon they didn't have a bus?
Right. Well, had we, so again, this gets back to the lots of, you know, 64,000 kids, lots of moving parts. You know, if the world is perfect, and I know in July, for whatever reason, that student is not coming to Annapolis Middle School any longer, for whatever reason, in theory, I should be able to have a way to become aware of that, to know about it, to not have even ever replicated that stop location. That with.
So could we not have given them at least some notice rather than the same day?
Right, but again,
I guess part of the difficulty is we don't know who to give the notice to.
Because they shouldn't have been on the bus to start
Nobody was
with.
given notice in advance saying, you are at bus stop X as a Bates student, and you may get on that bus and go to the school. Nobody should be getting on that bus. We're trying to determine, and it'll take more than today, we're trying to determine when we were notified, if at all, prior to the first day of school, that these two sets of students were no longer going to be needing these buses. The magnet student, why didn't we know? We need to find out why we didn't know in advance, because then we would have taken that off the route list. And why these Bates students that were special education mandated transportation were no longer in need of the transportation. Why weren't we notified, or why was it posted up? But nobody was notified within the Bates community to say that's in the 1.5 mile walking, except for these families in past years that said this is a bus that serves you. So we wouldn't know who to contact because nobody's supposed to be getting on that bus.
Because they should have been on the bus to start with.
Perhaps an automated message out to the school saying, look, if you were riding this bus, it's not available to you for this reason.
Well, you can go on the Bates school's website right now, and there's a map that shows the walk zone for Bates. There's a list of addresses. So we try to create in addition to the bus routes that we were talking about earlier, one of the features of the new software program is it has aided us in defining those boundaries of the walkable, walk zone, transport zone, much crisper than the old manual way of doing that. But it's also created a mechanism whereby there's a graphical representation, which is a map of that school's walk zone, and those maps are developed and put up on the website, so that exists for Bates today. And there is a list of addresses that specifically disaggregates by address down to the house number, are you transport eligible or not? The last feature, Ms. Ellis, that is not in place yet, the software does allow this, but we're building into it, is eventually, and we're hoping by mid-year, there's going to be a lookup feature, because right now you have to look at the map. You have to know where your house is, right? You have to look at the map. That's one way. Or you can look at this long-running list of addresses, 203 Main, 205 Main, 207 Main, 209 Main. We're working our way towards, and we need to make sure that it's accurate before we roll it out, that just like we have a in partnership with the county, there's a school locator where you just type in your address and it tells you what elementary, middle, and high school you're associated with. We're hoping that by midway through the year that we're going to add the functionality of you can just type in just your house number and it will tell you not only are you transportation eligible or not, but it will tell you what bus you're assigned to, et cetera. So that is a feature that we're scaling into with the new software system. But until it's built out and we're sure that it's accurate, we don't want to unveil it. So right now we're doing the maps and the lists by school.
Okay.
And those are found through that school's homepage. So if you're a Bates student, you will go to the Bates school's website, and on Bates' school website is where you're going to find the transport, non-transport information for your specific school.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Barlow, probably him. Thank you. Ms. Antoine, if I may, I was going to defer to you now, but just one quick follow-up question, if I may. We were just talking about this. A follow-up to what Mrs. Ellis was just asking. If a bus serves a student, whether it's an IEP or whatever the case may be, that's one student, and that bus driver theoretically knows I'm here to pick up John Doe and John Doe only, but 10 other kids get on the bus. Is there some trigger effect that says, hey, you know, these other 10 kind of don't belong?
Yeah, so the answer to that is yes. I'm dealing with the human element here. So they are supposed to report, they're supposed to provide that information to their contractor, and they're supposed to provide that information to an administrator at that school. So yes, in theory, there's a reporting mechanism that, you know, for special ed. Now for a regular ed stop, there's not a manifest that says,
Sure.
You know, before a special ed stop, we know specifically who we're picking up and where, and nobody other than that individual is supposed to be getting on that bus.
Got it. Ms. Antoine.
I want to ask first, President Gillen, are we supposed to move on the motion that was made earlier first, or?
We were, and I thought these questions would have been a little shorter, but I was just trying to give some latitude for because this has been an intense topic over the last couple of weeks. So I was trying to grant some latitude on the question. So we will come back to the motion, and I know Mr. Grannon's light is lit, so I assume that's what it was for. But
No worries.
I was giving.
Because the only reason I brought it up is because some of my questions are, although they're under the transportation umbrella, they may not be pertaining to the motion. So.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I think right now we've still been general.
Okay.
You know, if there are general questions that fit, and I think we'll funnel down to the specific topic of Mr. Grannon's motion momentarily.
Thank
Hopefully
you.
momentarily.
That's my hint.
Gentle nudge.
Mr. Shagnovich, I will go on the tangent that I mentioned. I did not get the chances to personally thank you and your team for the excellent work for the modernizations and the constructions of our new schools. But thank you guys. Your leadership and your hard work was evident. I encourage the public to make arrangements, of course, but visit your schools, check them out, and you talk about our tax dollar being utilized effectively. The schools were outstanding. Thank you for that. So in terms of transportation, I will start with the bus overcrowding. Mm-hmm. I'm baffled that we are basically outsourcing the transportation work and have an expectation of if I pay you, it is the onus is on you to make the, whatever happen. So I understand, and I'm very sensitive to the bus driver shortage. But I am very concerned with students, especially younger ones, being dropped off on the side of the road to meet a timeline, or students having to, I've heard students sitting on laps as they move, or even the standing with nothing to grip on or hold on to and sit in the aisles, that starts your day out kind of rough, and it ends your day roughly. I wanted to better understand in our contracts the incentives, I guess, for our contractors to meet what they said they would do, which is get the students to and from safely in accordance to whatever the regulations are. So my question are what are some of the solutions? I've heard some of the variables that's affecting these things, but what can we do immediately until we can resolve the whole?
Sure. So if you have a bus overload situation, let me give you. I'm going to give you 3 different examples because there's 3 ways to arrive at this problem. The bus driver shortage is going to affect 2 of these. Okay, so if there is not a bus driver, so we don't have an equipment problem. Let me just be upfront with that. There's enough yellow pieces of metal with, 8 tires on them out there. That's not the shortage. The shortage is the certified driver. Okay, that's the shortfall right now. So if you do not have a driver for a particular route, in the immediacy, there's really 2 particular solution sets. You either have to double run. So double run is you take bus A with its assigned number of students. Bus A completes their whole route, dropping off, returns back to the school, now picks up a second load of students who would have been sitting there at the school still waiting, and then goes and runs a second route and drops that off school. So that's one way to address it, is to double run, right? The other way is to have the 2 buses worth of students get onto the one bus. I think, as Dr. Arlotto said earlier, both federal and state, every bus is rated with the number of folks that can get on the bus. So the federal and state ratings actually align, and you can have 3 students to a bench. That's what they're rated on. So it's 6 to a row. And yes, the law does say you can have 1 standing individual in each of the rows. So if you have a 12-row bus, you can have 72 students on that bus plus another 12 students standing. You are not to be sitting in the aisle. That is actually prohibited. It's not to be encouraged. It's not to occur, etc. No, we don't try to get 72 plus another 12 kids on the bus. That's really not the way that we, schedule, manage. That's not what any of us want to have happen. But where we have a driver shortage, we're faced with either doing that double loop, which doubles, Group B is still at the school waiting for that bus to run its whole route to come back. The way we're resolving that is to try to get more bus drivers to fill those vacancies. And by we as collective, right? It's us and our contractors together. I mean, we're trying to, bang the bushes, get people through the classes, get them through this background check-in thing, so people are coming out of that queue, and that's helping that. That's one solution mechanism. Recognizing that we can't transfer drivers the way we used to. That's no longer part of our solution set. We have reached out to other contractors and said, okay, in the old days, we would just borrow your driver. I can't do that now. Do you have a spare driver and a spare bus? Do you have a spare bus and a spare driver that's unallocated? And I will take now contractor B, who has a spare bus and a spare driver. I will take the work away from contractor A, could be on a temporary basis, and assign that entire route to contractor B. And that could be until contractor A does have a certified driver and is able to resume that route, or it may be for the balance of the year. I just, by contract, take that work away. So that's a second example. The third example is that load balancing piece. So the third is I've got a neighborhood and it has 2 buses going through the neighborhood. However we got to this place, one bus has 69 students on it, and the second bus has 43 students on it, but they're both kind of going in the same general vicinity. They're not trailing each other, but they're going to the same part of the town, the same part of the Hebron-Harmon community, or the same part of Mead Village, or whatever. And we will take a look at how many youngsters are getting on each stop of bus A, how many youngsters are getting on each stop of bus B. We will take bus B and we will reroute bus B to go and capture or pick up some of the students that were originally assigned to bus A. So what that does is it will lower the amount of students on bus A. It will increase the amount of students on bus B. That's the load balancing piece that I was talking about. Right. The unfortunate effect, though, is that bus A's schedule typically remains largely unaffected. Bus B's schedule will get longer because they're going to be driving a bigger path. So we are in the process of doing all of those. So bus drivers are coming, bus drivers are coming on board. They're popping out of this background checking sort of hold thing. So that's working. We have already taken, to the extent that other contractors could absorb other people's routes, we've reached out to those, and those are being put in place, and we're doing that load balancing piece continuously.
Understood. Thank you for
So
that.
it's really it's a multi-pronged approach to try to get at the issue.
So
and I'm sorry, and a disincentive, so I answer only half your question, I guess. There are financial penalties for those contractors.
That's what I was gonna
mean, so, I said I can take the work away from you, and I can take the whole route away from you, therefore you lose everything, right? So you lose the whole route, but I can only do that to the extent that there's somebody else that has the capacity to take that on. We have something called liquidated damages. So even if you maintain the route, you're assigned a financial penalty. The contract calls for that. But in the situation that I find myself, this is, I guess maybe back to the French Revolution, there was this whole, off with their heads, right? You probably, picked up on this when you're going through school. Say I just ultimately get darn mad with, this contractor, and off with your head, right? So I'm just going to fire you entirely. And he has 60 buses, or she's got 60 buses. Well, I can fire them, that's great, but now I've got 60 buses, I've fired a whole company, right? But now I got 60 buses worth of students that I have no other way to pick up. There's not another company out there with 60 buses that can take it on. We had a bus company, one of our bus companies, and I never use names when I'm in front of a microphone. We had one bus company that walked into our office on Friday right before school started and said, I'm telling you first, but I'm going out of business. And we said, you're telling me on Friday, school starts Tuesday? And he went out of business. He closed his doors. He notified us a scant few days before school started that he's going out of business, and then he notified all his drivers. All his drivers now need employment, right? So all of his we reassigned as many of his routes as possible, but there were not sufficient spare buses out there to absorb the routes that his whole company took. The rest of his drivers who would have gone work for another company couldn't immediately because they had to go through this whole background check and wait 20 plus days until they can get recertified to go drive the exact same route, but for company B now instead of company A. It's really a difficult world sometimes.
I appreciate that you're explaining it to us, and I appreciate
It doesn't
that
make
it's
any of it better. I'm just trying to explain the level of
most certainly,
challenges.
but it helps us and the public to understand what is really going on behind the scenes, and trying the resolutions that are involved in that. I'm hearing for the next contract so many things that we may be able to put in there, but we are in this school year under these contracts,
Right.
and so we'll manage that when those things come.
I will say, in terms of with everything I said about driver, our total amount of driver shortages are actually less this year than they were last year. So we had, when the bell rung, day 1 or day 2 of school, we actually had less unfilled buses this year than last year. And so, I think and a lot of that credit has to go to, there was a very, very heavy sort of recruitment effort over the summer, and they didn't wait to the last minute, all summer. The one thing that a lot of folks didn't know and didn't account for is that whole background checking piece. Because I will tell you, and it's just not here, but a lot of our colleagues, we clearly knew that it was for somebody new to the system, right? Whether you were trying to become a teacher or you were trying to become a bus driver, somebody new to the system, I don't think any of us really grasped how wide of a net the new law imposed, and that even if you got promoted within the organization or you transferred, you kept the exact same job, but you transferred, it applies to you now, and that slowed down our ability to rapidly implement some of the corrections that we were able to do in prior years. I'm hoping that Ms. Hummer is correct and we could maybe get some legislative relief, and next year we can respond more rapidly, not just for contractors, but if you walked into this building here in the last weeks of August, we're processing teachers right up to the very last day. Right? And in the past, we could onboard that teacher, process them, train them, and they would report to school. We've got teachers, we opened the first day of school, and we had a substitute in a classroom, and we had a fully certificated eligible teacher that was waiting for the clock to run out so that she or he could then report to that school, and we had to have a substitute teacher there for however many days it took for that person's background clearance window to finally elapse so that he or she could finally go to that elementary school. And that's some of the examples that I think Dr. Arlotto has shared with his colleagues and Ms. Hummer has shared with, with the MABE colleagues, that those are the kind of things that we need some relief on.
So I have 2 more questions. With all of this explanation, it makes perfect sense. But if I'm an elementary student, and then on top of being an elementary student, maybe I'm an English language learner, it's hard enough to get into the routine of the transportations, or the transportation and what route I take and otherwise. So when that changes, it's, I believe, even harder on those students. Are we, when we do communicate, how do we communicate to ensure those whose language, their first language may not be English, understand these changes?
Well, I would say, in terms of transportation, the thing that we recognize we need to improve upon the most is communication. I'd say that's the furthest gap between where we are and where we should be. Okay. In fact, recognizing that's one of the elements of your study. The study that the board commissioned, we know we need to do better. We know that that's our biggest gap. And that's specifically why we even asked for the consultant to bring, their expertise to take their background knowledge and help supplement what we're already doing in terms of identifying best practices. What are different ways we can do things? Now, letters that we send out, we try to do everything in 2 languages. It's typically the front side is, English, and the back side, in many cases, is Spanish. But we service a lot of youngsters that even those 2 languages are not their primary language. That's where we try as best we can to solicit the services of bilingual facilitators. There are some translation services here within the building too. I'll say bluntly that our ability to do that is constrained. We just don't have enough bodies to probably do that translation and that facilitating. And there's a lot of folks, so if you are multilingual and your skill set is translating, right, you could be tied up in an IEP, conference that day. You can be tied up in an assessment, a psychological assessment, or in a conference, getting a student enrolled or disenrolled from school or whatever, and at the same time, transportation's trying to call and find this person and say, I need this letter to go out. I need to translate it into pick a language, pick any language almost. Right. So communications needs to be improved upon clearly, and the school system has made some strides. Even in this last budget cycle, we made some minor inroads towards improving our capacity to go in more languages and service more students. We're not where we're supposed to be. I mean, fiscal constraints sort of hem that up a little bit. I think that's something maybe, we want to look at again, through a budget opportunity. Right. But, again, fundamentally, we need to improve our communications in all languages, and we need help. We need more help in the area of non-primary English speakers.
Thank you. And then finally, I've been receiving communication from students who are probably involved in extracurricular activities or wanting to get involved in some of the after-school enrichment programs that are available. And they're reporting that they are choosing not to take part in those programs because of lack of transportation. So beyond our standard, do our partners support us in transporting when we have after-school programs, or are there other alternatives for students that may want to take part in these programs but don't have immediate transportation?
I would say that's limited. I mean, we do run activity buses. So we do run activity buses. We have buses that support our athletics, program, et cetera. So there are some buses that support extended day opportunities. They are limited largely because of either, generally fiscal constraints and driver and equipment constraints. So, so for example, at middle schools, we publish, each school knows when their activity days are, and when we have a bus for that middle school. At the beginning of the year, we give that middle school principal, I'm just picking that as an example, but the middle school principal is given a calendar for the whole year. And to the extent that they want to take their after-school activities and align it with the day that the activity buses are there, that's great. But if they, say the bus is serving that school on Tuesdays and Thursdays, if they elect to put an activity on a Wednesday, I don't have a bus to send there. I don't have the bus, and I don't have the money. I don't have the driver. I just can't support that. But that's a local, each school makes that local decision. Now, in terms of partners, I mean, you see, karate club vans and things like that, but those are for-profit businesses that are coming to pick up youngsters and take them back to their dojo or wherever they're going for that activity. Transportation is a very expensive thing. It's a very litigious thing. It requires a lot of regulation and insurance requirements, et cetera. So a lot of our partners simply are not, I mean, they're struggling to provide the services that they already provide. And sadly, I think a lot of them are probably just don't have the capacity to create a transportation element onto it. Certainly not at the price points or wherever that they're at. I'm assuming I'm just picking karate because I see a lot of these. I'm sure that their business model prices transportation into the tuition that they're charging the families for all this. But that's not universal.
Thank you.
I will say one final thing, and I know much to the credit of the new administration, this county, and this is me, I'm editorializing here, but this county has a woefully inadequate public transport system. We do not have the coverage that maybe some of our surrounding jurisdictions are in other LEAs within Maryland that have a more robust public transport system. A lot of our youngsters can avail themselves of that, right? But we have a very small, a limited, constrained. I know that the new administration, County Executive Pittman, has got an entire transportation work plan where he is trying to expand that because he knows that that is a limiting factor. And you and I are just talking about our students, right? But our citizens need us to get to the food store, need us to get to a job, need us to get to their bank or whatever. So I think to the extent that we as a county can enhance our public transportation system, that will also benefit our youngsters in after-school activities, getting to jobs, getting to the community college, getting everywhere and anywhere. So I'm really hopeful that the executive is successful, and over time we can build out our public transport system as well.
Wonderful.
And then partner with the county to say, okay, is there a way that maybe our students could ride buses on maybe some sort of a discount basis? Right. Maybe we create some sort of a student pass. I know other counties do this. But again, I think this is, it's a build out of the county system, requires a philosophy shift, and requires the monies for this county to want to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grannon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to try to be somewhat brief here. One is just to, I guess, maybe it's a reminder, but everybody knows this. Obviously, the vote before the 8-1 vote was just about tabling the motion. The board has not acted with regard to the actual motion yet. And what I want to suggest, Mr. President, is one thing, and then I'm going to say something. First thing I'm going to suggest is that obviously there's a public comment opportunity for public comment in response to what Mr. Shagnovic has said. And I think given the information that Mr. Sale has provided earlier, and I think he's actually brought another member of the community, I, for one, before I vote, would like to hear that public comment in response to this to make sure that we have all the information we need. And then the second thing I want to do is, however this happens on this particular issue, I just want to address for everybody in the room, for anybody watching, for the parents, and for all my fellow board members, something that I think is important to understand so that nobody is left with any misimpressions. To the extent that a member of the public comes forward with information about a bus stop being somewhat abruptly stopped, there is not anything that prevents us as board members, the majority of the board at least, from responding to that in real time if we feel it's appropriate, if we have all the facts that are necessary to remedy that. And I've done some homework since the morning session, and I want to make sure, because I think there's in general this view that the board can't do anything about bus stops. That's not true. And I want to make sure everybody knows that, so that you all know you should continue to come to us with things that you think are unfair or inappropriate or not appropriately communicated. And if the facts suggest that something should be changed, we're going to act to change them, or at least I'm going to act to change them. Perhaps a majority of the board will. So there's just so everybody knows, full stop. There's no blanket prohibition on the board acting with regard to bus stops. So I'm going to read from Board Policy EA, Student Transportation Services. Paragraph C of Policy EA says, school bus stop information shall be appropriately communicated to parents and guardians. Then when you look at the next page, there's the superintendent's regulations. The superintendent has not developed any regulations on communication of school bus stop information to parents and guardians. Lacking any such regulation, if information is brought to us that information is not communicated in a way that we think is reasonable, we can act. Now, it sounds like here Mr. Shaknovich was saying that there were some really special circumstances. I would still say, even with regard to that, I appreciate your explanation, but I think you said in your opening testimony that transportation deals with realities, right? We're not dealing with hyper-technical absolutes here. If people from the school know that students, some significant number of students, are getting on the bus, going to that school, even if they shouldn't have been on that bus in the first place, it would not, to me, have been absurd to send out a Connect Ed saying, everybody, this bus is no longer there, so you know this. And I will also say, in that same vein, again, this is not a communication point, but in the regulation adopted by the superintendent, and I'm now reading from EARA C4, students may not be unnecessarily denied bus service as a means of returning home once they are in school unless the school provides them with transportation or the parents agree to accept responsibility. So again, we're really in the penumbras and in the weeds on what had to be done to communicate to these families. Again, I do think, and I think most people would agree with me, that we might have erred on the side of caution and told everybody, hey, this bus is not going to be there anymore, leaving that aside. The second set of regulations, if you will, I won't say regulation because there's a policy and then there's a regulation on this subject, again, leaving us the room to act when necessary with regard to bus stops, is policy EAA, eligible riders. Section C is the board policy. The board is committed to providing bus transportation to students from established bus stops to all Anne Arundel County public schools. Now, when you look at the subsequent pages of the superintendent's regulation, the superintendent has not developed regulations on providing bus transportation to students from established bus stops. And I'll just speak for myself now and say, to me, the considerations, whatever the considerations are with establishing a bus stop in the first instance within the 1.5-mile radius, you're talking a whole new ball game once you have an established bus stop and people are relying on it and they build their lives around it and they build their children's routine around it. So I'm going to continue to say that the idea, let's just nix it, the idea that, oh, well, the bus stop didn't have to be there in the first place so we can take it away whenever we want, however we want, that's not going to happen. We're not going to allow that to happen. So continue to bring us instances if you feel a bus stop has been taken away in some short notice, and if this continues to happen, then we will have a board policy that says bus stops cannot be changed once the school year starts. And anybody shaking their heads up here, we'll have a vote on it, and we might have 5 votes in favor of it, and then you all will have to live with it. But a lot of family planning goes into the existence of a bus stop. So I understand we've got the software in place, but we're not going to use the software for the sake of perfect efficiency to harm and disrupt families. And if that means we need to be a little bit more inefficient for 1 semester longer so that a family can make a change to account for that bus stop, then that's what we may need to do. So the last thing I want to say is, again, we have authority to act in this area. And then my other suggestion, again, is that I don't feel like I have all the information to vote on this particular motion until we give an opportunity to Mr. Sale and anyone else from this community to respond to Mr. Shaknovich.
So, okay, thank you. And I wholeheartedly agree, Mr. Grant. We will have, as with the other departmental reports, the public testimony and specific on your motion as well. Board comments, again, board comments and questions. We've got Mr. Leib and then Mrs. Schalheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Current policy and regulations already has an established way for the public to appeal decisions regarding transportation. Parents, guardians, etc., who disagree with the assignment of a bus stop, who disagree whether their children should be walking to school, whether it's 1.5 miles or 1.6 miles, they file an appeal. And it goes through the 4205 process. The parent presents their case to the Division of Transportation or those, whatever it happens to be, whatever the issue is. It's more than just transportation, it's any general issue. And if the investigation is done, the superintendent makes a decision, and it comes to the Board of Education on appeal and for our decision. And that is I consider a much more appropriate way to make decisions of this nature. If we take the course that Mr. Grannon suggests, then the school board is going to become responsible for establishing every single bus stop in Anne Arundel County. That's what we can expect. And that is, you know, taking management down to the lowest possible level, and that is not our job. Board of Education policy, the governing policy is that the Board of Education recognizes that the Transportation Division will establish designated bus stops for students to utilize when providing service to and from school. Anne Arundel County Public Schools Transportation Division will evaluate student needs for school bus service and establish and adjust bus stops as necessary. School bus stop information shall be appropriately communicated. All of us agree that communication can be improved upon. It has been that way every year, and it will continue to be that way every year as communications procedures and everything becomes more instantaneous in this world. But we already have an established way to deliberate these types of questions, and doing this in the heat of a public moment based on an incomplete record is not the way the Board of Education should be doing business, and it reaches down to a level of minutia that we should not be involved in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leib. Mrs. Schalheim.
I just had one very quick question. Is the software generating routes, or have we copied and pasted what was on our paper or in our computer into the software? Because I think there's a difference. The software might, and like you were saying, like with regard to the posted speed limit of a road, the computer might not know that and clearly doesn't, and we have to go in and finagle that. But I still think I'm just curious because I know there's going to be a difference ultimately beyond that. Perhaps in some instances, what the computer generates as an efficient route versus what we've penciled out as an efficient route. So is the software generating those things yet?
So the answer to that is yes. So we let the software generate the routes and the times, and then we review them and determine whether they're real based on our local knowledge, not the computer, whether that's realistic. So it will come out with a route and a suggested series of pickup times, right? Okay. We may determine that it's too aggressive and we know the bus is going to get late, or we can determine the other way, it probably has too much padding in it and we can tighten that route up. So we're letting the computer basically take the first swipe at it, and then the human is supposed to be looking at it to make sure that it's either the appropriate routing. I think at the last meeting, it said go up third, but we've known that, a gentleman's had his RV or boat parked there now for 17 years and it's never moved, and we know we can't go up 3rd Street. We have to override it and say we're going to go up 4th Street, even though the computer says the other one's more efficient. So the goal is to increasingly become more reliant on the automation, but we're not ever going to be able to get in a position where it's 100% autopilot. So I think, again, we're in this path where increasingly, same thing with the road speed. So we've got data, GPS data from our own buses. So we've been collecting that and feeding it into the system, which is recognizing real speeds and times on roads. The more data we collect using, but unfortunately, I only have about 80 of these buses, right? And they're not going everywhere because they're picking up, special ed youngsters, IEP, so they're not going in every part of the county. Maybe just because out of randomness, there's not a special ed eligible youngster out on that peninsula. That bus hasn't been out on that peninsula yet, and therefore I actually don't have any metadata for that peninsula. So that's why I said I think the system is learning And the bigger our underlying data set and the more robust that is, the more accurate the software is able to become. Because
they weren't
again,
copy and pasted and they were generated and or matched against, generated and then matched against human knowledge of the route and the roads and all those things.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Predates me. Okay, if we can now move to public comment. Any public comment on transportation report or Mr. Grandin's specific motion? We'll take that now.
I feel like this is an Apple's Planning Commission meeting at midnight with a huge development. We're still sitting there and have a face just like you people. Okay, Ben Sale again. I've got 3 minutes or less. I brought with me a civil engineer, Ms. Burke, who will pay homage to your question, Ms. Shalhan, about is there evidence of how this happened, or did it happen where people weren't notified? My daughter is the one that we weren't notified, or the way we found out during the middle of the day, and this is another one. She'll have those statements. I believe that the reason given for stop number 2 at Cedar Park for the magnet program that was given by the director, who's overtasked and underfunded, but that's a very tough job. He's gone. No, he's there. Sorry, I couldn't see. Yes, I believe what he was talking about was a different bus than when we were talking about the bus stop. So both of these are Bates Middle bus stops listed on the Bates program on the bus stop schedule, which is online and standard. It looks like this.
Can you provide the bus number?
Yeah.
We could provide it to you afterwards, but there it is, bus stop times. And since last night, we just looked at this just now, some other things changed about buses we were planning on using for our kids. And I think Ms. Burke's kid is, her bus, actually, the schedule's changed, so the times have changed. So things are happening so rapidly that we can't react. It's almost like if you just hesitated a minute before you change things and give people time to react, like post it and these will be the next one, in 2 days from now, this will be implicated. That would be a little bit better, I would think. Also, the data that's going into the system, there's such a churn, so many variables. How could your data really be good to make the software give you a good result? When people are just giving up on the system or people are showing up. And why you have this overcrowding is when you have one student that needs to get on a bus and there's a bus stop there and it's a regular bus stop, it's not PYP or anything at PVA, people around that area are going to go to that bus and cause you overcrowding. So how do you have a bus driver say, oh no, you can't get on the bus, but you can when they're all wearing the uniform? I mean, what do you have to have, a bus ID card or something? So that's where your overcrowding is obviously coming from and giving the superintendent a hard time to execute. So we're not eligible, and that is the big ticket item for living in this region. There are buses that go through here for Bates, and there's a bus that goes through here for Bates. But people are technically, against your regulation, getting on the buses and crowding them, and we're afraid that those people who've been depending on it for a week, and now that's their schedule and we're working it, they're going to end up in another week or two, and the bus drivers finally figure it out, or however you would tell them to get off the bus. There would be even more consternation. So that is a problem. Make us eligible. Move it to maybe 1 mile for eligibility or a special district, or give us a special exception. And now I would like to yield the 3 minutes, not yield, but it is your turn to give your explanation of how it happened to you.
Okay, my name is Kim Burke. Mr. Sale asked me to come in. So I should say I'm new to the bus system. I have a 6th grader. The bus schedule came out. We looked online. There's the bus stop 2 blocks from our house. All the neighborhood kids, it's been an established stop for years. There's 7th and 8th graders that are on the stop. Actually, the first day was just the 6th graders. There was 3 other children there. They get on the stop, no problem. And then one of the mothers happens to look online to see what time the bus gets there so she can meet her child to pick them up. And the bus is completely gone from the stop is completely gone from the website. So we all, the group text goes out. Is the bus going to stop? What happened? So we're all trying to call the transportation office. I coincidentally was the person that was able to get a hold of transportation. I said, this is the bus my daughter got on. How is she getting home? There's no bus stop. She said, you need to call the school, tell her to get on this bus instead and get off at this stop. It's like, well, you know, she doesn't know where that is. Obviously, it's not that far away. It's you know, 3 more blocks down. She's in 6th grade. This is her first day of school, her first day riding the bus, and I'm supposed to call the school and have her do this. She said yes. And I was like, well, I will go pick her up. So then I texted the other 3 mothers that had 6th graders at that stop, and I said, look, I was told that we either have to get on this bus at this stop or we just all decided to pick our children up from school. So I had to leave work and pick up my child because I can't take a chance. I mean, she was already nervous enough to ride the bus. And then to have me, oh, here's a message from your mom that the bus isn't coming. Get off in the middle of here. And she doesn't know where that is. So that was my firsthand experience of the bus. And then I did call the woman back and I said, you know, this is an established bus stop. It's been there for years. And she's like, I'm not putting the stop back. So then I sent out the email again. I'm like, okay, well, we have to figure out all these other 7th and 8th grade moms and dads that, I mean, it's a big bus stop. There's a lot of kids. So then we all walked to the other bus stop that's farther away. Do I have to stop? The light went on. Oh, and now that bus is overcrowded, standing room only, because it's a separate bus number, and that bus, so we have 2 buses combined on that one same bus now.
Lots of confusion.
Lots of confusion for 6th graders.
Okay, we've got 4, so thank you for your testimony, and above all, thank you, Mr. Sell, for your patience today. You've been here five hours. I've got 4 board lights here, but I'm, and I normally defer first, but I'm not connecting dots here, and I need some help. And Dr. Arlotto, if I may, and Mr. Shaknovich, maybe. I'm concerned that we were just told moments ago that one of these buses was for an IEP student that no longer attended the school to need the bus, and then that the other bus was if I'm not mistaken, a PVA bus or something else. Magnet bus, I'm sorry. And in that scenario, these numbers would not be published, if I'm understanding this correctly, for the purpose that we're hearing from the constituents here today, the parents here today. My concern then, and I'm just trying to get a yes or no answer, if this bus schedule showed this bus as a legitimate bus stop for this community that morning and was removed and was not there that afternoon, if that is indeed the scenario that's occurred here, that's problematic. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what happened.
The dots aren't connecting for me either, and so I'll go back to the question that I posed before lunch when the gentleman was here earlier, and when I said, why are there bus stops inside a 1.5 mile walk zone, right? That's a pretty legitimate question to start with. Why do they even exist? So to hear your testimony now, Ms. Burke, that this is a well-established bus stop that for years Bates students have been getting on inside a 1.5 mile walk area and going to Bates, I don't know that we know about it. So I don't know that we're connecting. I'm not connecting the dots, because what we were able to uncover in the short time we had during the lunch break was that 2 bus stops eliminated this past week based on the scenarios, the 2 scenarios that Mr. Shaknovich shared with you. And your first words out of your mouth, sir, when you came back up were, I think we're talking about a different bus stop. Right? That's what you shared immediately was, I think it appears to be a different bus. And so I'm not sure that I'm connecting the dots. Clearly, I need to get some more information, but we should not have any established, there shouldn't have been any long-established bus stops inside the 1.5 unless it was for special circumstances like the 2 scenarios that were described by Mr. Shaknovich. So we've got parents that know very well, clearly, that this is a walk area, yet you're putting your student on a bus. Right? You know clearly this is a walk area.
I wouldn't say they all know clearly.
Okay, no, but at least I'm talking, at least you 2 know, right?
Well, honestly,
that this is a walk area.
We just moved into this area. I actually lived a block away from Bates, and we moved to this part of town. And since it's an established bus stop, all the kids in the neighborhood have been using it. I just assumed that because we're across West Street, and it's a busy road that everybody has been riding that bus for years.
So when you talk about the established, you've got 1 and 2 up there. Which one is it? 1 or 2?
She's talking about 2.
Okay, and can you tell me what the intersection is for number 2?
Dewey and Cedar Park.
Thank you.
And I can also say that I have an older daughter that does the STEM bus on Cedar Park. So I would wait with her, and I would see last year that bus stop for a big group of Bates students last year at that bus stop. So I was there last year watching the Bates kids get on that bus too.
Yeah, I don't know.
The bus number now, it's 269. I don't know what it was last year. I know what it is this year. I didn't have a child on it last year.
What was it this year?
He didn't have a child on there last year
What was
either.
the bus number this year prior to its
269.
269?
But as of right now, you're saying neither of those buses is coming anymore.
Neither of those bus stops, but buses will drive.
Okay, got it. Understood.
You said they were on the base schedule, the posted bus schedule?
Yes, a non-PVA, non-MYP designated bus, a regular bus for Bates.
So when I look up the schedule for my students, I take a screenshot so that I have it. Does anyone have that?
And I think the reason that it may very well have been on, and it probably should not have been, is that it was a special needs bus that we then found out that the students no longer needed. So last year, it was supposed to be making a run for 2 special needs students, and it was on the non-PVA route list, but it's only supposed to be picking up, right? It's not supposed to be picking up regular ed kids, it's supposed to be picking up. And now that they're no longer there, then it got eliminated. And what I said earlier was that we needed to find out when we found out they were no longer in need of the transportation. Did they move? Did they graduate? I don't know. And when did we find out? And then when we did, well, clearly we found out during the first part of the week because then we eliminated the bus stop. Why weren't we able to eliminate it before the routes went up? And I just don't know if the family didn't notify us. We didn't know. I just don't know yet.
So when that bus schedule comes out, I look it up for my students. So these parents, they look it up, they see that bus there. They don't even necessarily know that it's not for them because it's listed, that stop in their neighborhood is listed for that school.
Right, and part of the difficulty is that we clearly need to communicate better and more that unless you've gotten a specific phone call that you're entitled to a bus inside a 1.5-mile walk area, you're not entitled to a bus based on board policy.
But if that bus stop was established and it's been there for years, let's say, a parent doesn't know.
First, I'm hearing that that was not part of the original testimony, that there was a well-established bus stop. I can't imagine why there is one inside the Bates community.
Are special needs buses listed on the general bus schedules on the website? 'Cause I didn't think that was the case either.
No.
I have the schedule right here.
No, we don't typically put that.
So then it should have been on the schedule.
I said that earlier. You're absolutely right. Right, I'm trying to figure out why, and I don't have an answer to that at this table right now, but you're absolutely right.
I have the original, I did find it on my phone, of the original two stops. Do you want me to?
So they're listed.
They're not listed anymore, but they were.
Can you email it? Email it to board office is what she would do.
Yeah, there's guys, hold on one second, guys. There's a little chaotic here. I wanted to make sure we're answering the board questions at this point, just because we do have a motion on the floor. We'll go to the maker of the motion, Mr. Grannon.
Okay, I want to just say something briefly. One is, I totally hear what Mr. Leib was saying earlier, so I'm not trying to say anything that is in contravention of the established appeal process, nor were my earlier comments meant to suggest that, the board in the first instance is going to micromanage bus stops. What I was trying to convey is that we are here to listen to public concerns. A concern was raised that a bus stop was eliminated so abruptly that it was actually published on a school website that day. Students got on the bus and then it was not there that afternoon. That can't happen. At least not in my view. That should not happen. And what I'm saying is, if there is any ambiguity if there is a failure to connect the dots, as President Gilliland said, here we have, I think, the superintendent, recognized, and I'm not trying to parse your words, but you recognize it was obviously mislisted on the school website. Things go wrong. We're dealing with transportation, folks. We're dealing with what Mr. Shaknovich said are realities, not hyper-technical absolutes. What I'm saying is, at least one of the 9 votes up here is, when these things go wrong, let's err on the side of students and families. Keep the status quo. As far as I'm concerned, once that thing's listed on the school website, you are entitled to a bus. I don't care if it's in the 1.5 miles. It says it, and you're entitled to it, and you're entitled not to have the rug pulled out from under you. And what if you couldn't get there that afternoon to pick up your kid? What about the other parents who could? I couldn't. I'd be stuck in D.C., so my kids would be SOL. What I'm saying is we need to err on the side of students and families. And in these circumstances, and again, Mr. Leib, I'm not talking about the establishment of bus stops. I'm talking about the elimination of them. And as I said before, we have a board policy that clearly says the board is committed to providing bus transportation to students from established bus stops to all Anne Arundel County public schools. There is no regulation under that has ever been implemented by the superintendent on providing bus transportation to students from established stops. So I'm concerned about established stops. We also have a regulation about communication. There's never been a regulation about communication that's come from the superintendent. We have a regulation that says there has to be appropriate communications. Clearly, whatever happened here was not appropriate communication. And again, the superintendent does have a specific regulation, not on communications, but specifically says if a kid gets on a bus in the morning, the kid is entitled to get on the bus on the way home. That's what his regulation says. So what I'm saying to everybody here, everybody in the board, is in this circumstances, to me, I'm not going to withdraw my motion. I'm not going to change my motion. I have enough information to say that these people are entitled to the status quo and then entitled to some orderly way of potentially changing that going forward. So I do think we should vote today to reinstate these 2 bus stops. Then I personally would support a motion from anybody else up here to say, you know what, maybe we should get a report from the superintendent in a month, 6 weeks, whatever the appropriate time is, to determine are there real public safety concerns with this dense urban area where we should consider student eligibility for less than 1.5 miles, because 1.5 miles in Davidsonville is not 1.5 miles in downtown urban Annapolis. So that's my piece. My motion, I think, is still appropriately stated to say that I move that these 2 bus stops be reinstated pending a further report of the superintendent to the board.
Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. I agree that the status quo should be reinstated. We just don't have enough information to understand the stop. We did get valid information from Mr. Shaknovich about what's going on there. But I would offer a friendly amendment that we put a timeline, because we don't want to be incongruent to our own policies. Could we put a timeline of 2 weeks, say even October 1st, that we reestablish it until that time, and then based on whatever the reason, whatever we find out, we come back and talk about what else can go with that stop. And with the understanding to the community, that may mean we discontinue the stop based on the information we receive.
Just a point of information, as originally stated, I said that it be reinstated on Monday, this coming Monday. So again, we're not trying to do anything haphazard, and pending the superintendent's report. So that already has built into it the idea that we're going to get further information. I think that's better than putting, an exploding timeline initially in this.
I understand that. The reason I offered what I offered was because I'm hearing that they are displaced now. And so if we reinstate it for Monday, we reinstate it immediately and then get the information that we're looking for. If it turns out that it's a safety hazard, for example, then we know to continue. We'll know what actions to take. But right now, I'm not hearing, outside of 2 things that are within law and policy. One, that the stops that were there were only there in perhaps 4 years because of the needs that were there and that were requested. 2, I'm also hearing that this is still within the walking distance. So by our policy, the students are to walk, but we do not want to haphazardly, as you shared, have them to go back to walking or parents making adjustments without full information. And I think the 2-week, the October 1st deadline will allow us to make more assertive decisions.
Okay.
That's just the amendment that I'm offering, if Mr. Grandin's willing to accept it.
I think as it's offered as a friendly amendment, Mr. President, there's not a vote on it. I don't think it's consistent with the main motion. The main motion was to reinstate this bus by Monday pending a report from the superintendent. So I very respectfully hear what you're saying, but I think it's not consistent with that and therefore is not actually a friendly amendment.
Okay, the maker has that judgment call. Mrs. Corkadell.
So I was not in the rotation yet when we were when you were presenting, and so I did have a couple questions for staff, Dr. Arlotto, if I could, to make a decision, if you're inclined, sir. Yeah, I don't have any more questions for you guys. If that's
Can you leave that up, please? Just. Oh.
I've been borrowing Eric's until then.
Well, you could just sit there.
You're fine.
Okay. So my question, I don't know that this, okay, I guess it does work. My question was a little bit is parallel to this, a concern that I had. So when children are on the bus within a couple weeks, we have a process and procedure that says if you're not on your bus that you're supposed to be, that you're supposed to notify the school. There's an approval. There's both parents have to confer, because we know that from time to time kids sometimes will jump on somebody else's bus to, quite frankly, jump them. I've actually had an experience with my daughter where that was, threatened and abated before it occurred. And one of the things that the school had assured me was that, well, the school, even if they got on in the morning, that in the afternoon, the school ensures that only the kids that are assigned to the school gets onto it. I'm really, really struggling right now with a multitude of students if that's occurring. And it's one thing in the morning, and I totally get the ride the bus while it's going there and a bus driver going, gee, it's cold and early morning. But in the afternoon, that's the part that I'm really, I would hope that if the motion passes that would be part of the report. Can you help me understand how, because in my brain, I know that our teachers and our staff and everybody is so diligent about this. I'm struggling a little bit on that component as it relates to the safety.
Clearly, it shouldn't be happening, right?
Well, yeah, of course.
I mean, you're going to have, you go in front of, Annapolis High School, and there's going to be 32 buses out there, and that school's got one principal and 4 APs. And can they, with efficacy, make sure that every kid gets on each one of those 32 buses is only that child only, and that, I mean, they absolutely are supposed to be doing that. No doubt about it. I mean, no doubt about it. I just think that, again, in real time, when you're dealing with, buses are coming in, they're worried about the walkers too, they're worried about the parent. I mean, so the administration is the ones that is doing that. And there's very few administrators, and there's a lot going on between buses, bikes, walkers. I just think it's excessive reality. I mean, honestly, I'm being candid with you, Ms. Corkadell.
No,
so I know absolutely what is supposed to be happening in paper, but going and standing in front of Central Middle School or South River High School or whatever right at dismissal time, when South River's got 2,300 kids go like that, to expect that the 3 APs and Mr. Myers there know inch by inch where everyone's going. I
understand that.
I think that's the issue.
I'm bringing that up not to say that we are leaving our kids unsafe. Where I'm going at with this, and the purpose of that question is, if Mr. Grannon's motion were to pass, then how are we, just like, every regular bus stop, you know who roughly, it's based on where they live. If we're putting back bus stops, ghost stops, I'm going to call it a ghost stop, where it's there, it's real, it's live, it's just not there in document, then normally bus stops have established roads that are feeding into there. My concern is that we're still going to be in a situation where we don't have an identity for the kids that are on the buses if it were to be reinstated. I would like to support something that puts in a gap stop, recognizing the location and everything else until we can, sit down with the community and explain how their transportation should work. And I know that you guys do a good job of that when we did Crofton and we integrated to walkers when the sidewalks came in. You guys physically walked the routes with the kids to make sure that it was safe and there was an understanding of the correct route, what to look for, safety, and that was outstanding. But when we're dealing about putting in a ghost route, again, a ghost stop, we still don't have a clear definition of what the feeder is going to that bus, how many kids are showing up, and who they are, because emergencies happen, and you gotta, as a parent, good gracious, I just think of the consequence of the student should something, God forbid, happen, should another vehicle run into that thing, into that bus, and then now we don't have a clue of which kids from what streets are going on this bus, and then if we have a kid being bullied to an extent, we have no way of tracking that. I am really, really concerned about the safety on both sides of it. I'm not necessarily convinced that this motion solves that concern of mine, and I don't think that doing nothing is the right answer. I don't have an answer to it, but
and I have that concern
don't
too.
think I'm comfortable with random going back in to a bus, and I think most parents would agree that you kind of want to know who's on your bus and what your streets and zones are, and presuming that it was just the kids in your neighborhood is one thing, but now knowing that, I don't know, but I would think there would be at least a couple that would perhaps agree with me, so.
Right, and concern is without a defined, each bus basically has a catchment area, but if you just put, if you put bus stop number 1 in, by next Friday, I don't know if I'm going to have 2 kids on that bus or I'm going to have 102 kids at that bus stop, and I don't know who to say yes to and who to say no to. And does that mean I now need to divert 2 or 3 buses? And I'm being practical about this, right? Because nobody's supposed to be on that bus, right? But now we have a bus inside of the walk zone with no limits to who can get on it. So who is going to get on it? How many? And does the one bus turn into I need a second or a third bus, or and if we keep it there the whole year, 'cause unless you give me some parameters, I don't know where this thing stops in a way.
And I'm also going to point out that we just spent 45 minutes talking about how we'd like to move from 3 seats down to 2 and people in an aisle, and giving a stop for a whole 1.5-mile walk stop and just carte blanche just seems irresponsible to me for us to do that in our capacity on the board. I recognize the need to make exceptions to the status quo and the process, but I just don't think this is the safe way of doing it to achieve the objective that Mr. Grannon wants. I would like us to come up with something that achieves that, and I'm just not convinced right now it is, based on that. And these people need a remedy some point, and maybe it's getting our specialists out there to do the walk with them again, which most people found valuable in those scenes. Maybe that's the outcome, but I'm just, if we did put that stop in there and then all of a sudden we get a blowout, what's the next step? Do we have a bus, I guess is the question. If we're short on buses and that bus was eliminated to go serve another need, and we heard from a bunch of Arundel Middle School parents that we are shuffling the few buses that we have to accommodate them already, where are we getting the bus? Do you know?
Sitting here on the spot, no.
I mean, do you have an awareness that we have an inventory of a possibility of a bus? Because I'm never interested in passing motions we can't perform to no matter what.
I'm simply not. I can't answer that. I mean, obviously, we'd have to, I know that we don't have spare buses and drivers just sitting around doing nothing.
Well, otherwise we wouldn't have had Ms. Hicks and the others come in and express their concern. And I've heard, and that is one I've gotten quite a few emails on.
Right,
too,
and
so.
in fact, it's the opposite, right? As you
Right.
said, we're short on, we're short on drivers, and the system's pretty stressed. Is pretty stressed now servicing the 64,000 transportation eligible students. If you keep increasing the head count, in theory, great, you put more buses and more. If buses, money, and drivers are no object, you can keep doing this as much as you want if you can afford it and find the drivers and the buses. But again, money, drivers, and buses aren't an infinite item, so it's something that everybody's got to consider.
Well, clearly, there was a mistake, and I don't want to drag out the fact that there was some issues there. On the solution side, man, this is a bad situation you guys are in. I wish normally I can come up with something or a way to add or subtract to such a thing, and I know Mr. Grannon has, in a lot of regards, he's absolutely correct in theory. I just, as I said, I'm concerned about not having boundaries established. I mean, if we're going to say a bus stop, then we should be defining what that is, and I don't think we can do that without the community's involvement. So I don't know. The other thing is the driver contracts in the buses. Did we just assign this guy to pick up one person on a bus, or was that like the first stop on a route on its way to PVA?
We rarely have.
Or whoever, PVA is at Bates. So
well, whether it's special education or whatever, I mean, we try to take every route and pick up as many youngsters as
so that driver is told that he has one person, and for multiple years, probably thinking out of the goodness of heart, probably was doing something. The school's not doing that, but we still don't have if we had two, that makes sense that we would have a natural amount of kids who probably could be on the bus. But if we're now adding I don't know, I just don't think the motion's complete enough, but I know that others do, and I'm willing to roll with one way or the other, but thank you for answering those questions, because that kind of clarified where I need to be, and that's not. Thank you.
Mrs. Ellis?
Thank you. I'm still not hearing that AACPS is able to connect the dots on these bus stops and how they were here. So we've been told by AACPS that one was a PVA bus for another school, should not have been on the Bates Middle School page, if that's the case.
It was an IB bus.
Right.
Annapolis is IB, not PVA.
This gentleman has told us that there's a magnet bus across the street, which may be the one that you were talking about. What we're being told, and now I don't know if we've received the email yet, but I asked for a screenshot, that those two bus stops were on the Bates Middle School bus schedule at the beginning of this school year. And if that's the case, and kids got on the bus in the morning and didn't have a bus that afternoon, AECPS doesn't know right now, it sounds like, why those bus stops were there, why we have a bus going there to Bates, but we do. It's been established. And because, in other words, this error has occurred within the school system, within AECPS. This is not, it does not sound like a case of residents getting on a bus that was not listed as a bus for their school. In other words, if if I live, let's say where I live, if the school that my kids go to, there is a bus stop listed right at the corner by my house, I assume that bus stop is for me. And so for that reason, I really feel like, and I like the part about Mr. Grannon's motion that said pending a report. So we reestablish these bus stops, we give AACPS a chance to investigate and understand the existence of those bus stops. If it's still determined that they should not exist, then we provide adequate communication before removing them. But the way this was handled was an error on our part, and families have been hurt by this.
Mrs. Schalheim and then Mr. Leib.
So I just wonder, I don't know how many years you've had a child or children at this bus stop. I guess this is part of the pending report. We don't know if they were established back whenever they were established because of some sort of safety issue. I look at this map and I cringe a little bit about like the busyness of the streets and the roads that must be traveled across in order to eventually get to the school. And so, yeah, I'm for the motion because I want the full picture and I don't want to pull out the rug. And it's also pending a report where we would have the fuller picture. And can I call the question? I think I'm going to call the question. I call the question.
Okay, if that now stops debate, we need 6 votes in the affirmative to end debate at this point. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll? This is, again, just to end debate.
Ms. Antoine?
Nay.
Mr. Leib?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Vote was called.
This is a vote to end debate only.
Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
All right, fine. I give up. It's fine. I thought I didn't know we were going to go all day on this, so whatever, fine.
Aye.
And Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
I mean, I'm going to have to go at some point and pick up my kid.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
2-7, we are going to continue.
Okay, Mr. Leib has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Schalheim, you're absolutely right. We didn't need to spend all day on this. As a matter of fact, this is exactly why we shouldn't. When this issue came before us from a citizen who has every right to bring it to us, the first thing we should have done, I believe, is say, Mr. Superintendent, would you please look into this and get back to us? We are not designed to deliberate the ins and outs, the pros and cons, the ups and downs, the minutia pieces of evidence that goes into making a decision like this. That's not our function. That's what we have the superintendent for. He executes those things. We've kicked around all this stuff and we still don't have everything. That's because we don't have time to do that. There are many more things here. Number one, it is a walk area. Students in a walk area do not have the right by our policy to ride buses, period. That's a fact. Annapolis, yes, it's an urban area. So is Glen Burnie. So if you're going to go in and say, well, Annapolis, it's an urban area, therefore kids can't walk in Annapolis, well, we're going to have to apply that same standard to Glen Burnie. We're going to have to apply that same standard to Brooklyn. We're going to have to apply that same standard throughout the county. These things all have much greater implications than us talking about this one instance. Yes, I feel for Mr. Sale, and I believe we screwed up by not making the right communication. But we don't correct that by having a board motion and a vote to automatically make these stops here be here in perpetuity, forever. Excuse me. And board policy does provide the Transportation Division the power to adjust bus stops as necessary. And as I read that, Anne Arundel County Public Schools Transportation Division will evaluate student needs for school bus service and establish and adjust bus stops as necessary. They acted within their situation, and so did the superintendent. But these times of public participation, it's for us to be aware of the issue, yes. But it's, we need to task our staff to bring back to us what are the pros, what are the cons, what are the ins, what are the outs. We don't spend 2 hours of our day on this type of issue because we're never going to come around to where we need to be. So anyway, I just wanted to get that on the record. Regrettably, we have gone down this road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leib. Any further board questions or comments on this motion? Any further public comment on this motion? Seeing none, Mrs. Howell, this is a vote on Mr. Grannon's motion to reestablish the 2 bus stops effective Monday.
Pending further report from the superintendent to the board.
Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
I will have to abstain. I don't have enough information. I don't agree that the buses should be established until a full report will come back to us because there's no timeline there. I also don't know the area, and I don't want to vote towards putting any students in immediate harm or jeopardy. There's some reason those buses were there, and we need to know that. So mine is abstain.
Mr. Leib? Ms. Hummer?
I fully sympathize with the situation. I think we handled it poorly, and I'm sorry for that. And I hope that we will look into that. But it is very clearly within the walk zone, and so I'm going to say nay.
Ms. Alvey?
Nay, in regards to the board's purview versus the superintendent's purview.
Ms. Corkadell?
I'm abstaining because I don't think either solutions of neither are working.
Mr. Grannon?
I'm going to say yay, and since people are providing reasons, I just think in the absence of further information, when there's this kind of a snafu, I think that the default should be the status quo until it can be cleared up.
Ms. Scholheim?
Aye for the same reason, Mr. Graham.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
And Mr. Gilliland?
No.
3 in the positive, 3 in the negative, 4 in the positive, 2 abstentions. Motion fails.
No.
No.
Yeah.
3 yeses, Grannon, Scholheim, Ellis, to pass the motion. Noes are 4, Leib, Hummer, Alvey, Gilliland, 2 abstentions.
So having not received a sufficient number of votes, the motion fails. We're still in item 4.04, transportation report. Are there any other board questions or comments on the transportation report? Seeing none. We'll now move to our consent calendar. We have 3 consent items. Is there a motion to bundle?
So moved.
Motion second.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Dr. Arlotto, we now have a bundled action item. Can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01, 5.02, and 5.03.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. We'll now move to board questions. Ms. Antwine.
So I just had a question about 5.02.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to know, I see that it's been offered to the 11th graders, the PSAT. Could we expand that to the 9th and 10th graders under this contract? Or is there another contract that for the 9th and 10th graders?
So the short answer is yes, we could in terms of the contract. We'd have to go back and negotiate that with College Board. We have purposely chosen not to offer it to the 9th and 10th graders. We used to do that a number of years ago. We used to give the PSAT to 9th, 10th, and 11th graders. As the law has changed and we think the needs of our students have changed, that we are now offering the PSAT to the juniors in the fall of their junior year, and now we pay for an SAT for all juniors in the spring of their junior year. We did not do that in the past. We would offer the PSAT in grades 9, 10, and 11, and students were on their own to take the SAT or ACT, how they so chose fit, to sign up on a Saturday. You're familiar with that routine and pay for that. We now, as a system, took the money from grades 9 and 10, and we're now paying for the SAT for all juniors. We also, the data did not really support that it was gaining our 9th and 10th graders a lot. The 10th grade PSAT is normed to 10th grade, but the 9th grade PSAT is not. So the scores don't really match what the student knows they're able to do. So because of lots of those reasons, we have 2 years ago now moved to a SAT for all students, and the PSAT for all juniors, and the SAT for all juniors. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Ellis.
Real quick, item 5.01, pavilions. It looks like this contract is for pretty much all of our high schools. Can you just talk about, is this something new that we're
Yes,
looking
ma'am.
to do?
Yeah. So you're right. It is 11 of the 12 comprehensive high schools. Because we piloted this at Annapolis High School, they currently have the pavilion and was piloted. Without getting too lengthy in the description, our school fields are used not only by us but by Rexon Park. There are lots of tournaments on weekends and those kinds of things. And as you know, if you go out to many of our places, there's no place to get out of the place to get out of the rain or the hot sun. And so working with Rexon Park and our athletic department, we've come up with a scheme where we would build a pavilion where visitors watching a game, either for the high school, they could be there for a field hockey tournament. I'm making that up. Now it's a place to get out. There'll be a picnic bench. There'll be a place for people to sit and get out of the sun or get out of the rain. And so we're doing this in conjunction with Rexon Park and our Department of Athletics. We started with a prototype at Annapolis, and now we've gone to contract for the other 11 comprehensive high schools.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Alvey.
So in regards to the pavilion at Annapolis High School, I think it works great. Sometimes we're allowed to have class outside, which is nice.
Oh, that's nice.
And for the SAT and PSAT model, I think this is the most ideal version of it. As someone that just went through the process, the SAT is definitely more valuable, in my opinion, for the school to offer than the PSAT.
Oh, okay. Any further board questions or comments? Seeing none. Any public comment? Your chance. Seeing none. This is I know, I was kidding. This is a vote on our consent calendar. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Live? Oh, you got it. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadow?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim? Aye. Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to our action items. Item 6.01 is administrative personnel appointments, and it's just a formality today. There are none in that placeholder. We'll move to item 6.02, personnel. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Second.
Motion and a second. Board discussion. Mrs. Schallheim.
I just had one comment, and I'm not, no questions, but I did notice, it didn't escape me that, almost a couple dozen teachers left with a total of over 100 years' experience to teach elsewhere, and so it just bears repeating as we go into our upcoming budget cycle that it's much cheaper to retain than to recruit, and I know there's still work to be done, and I want to acknowledge that again.
Okay, thank you. Any further board questions? Since this is personnel, there's no public comment. This is a vote on item 6.02. Mrs. Howell, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadow?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Great, thank you. Item 6.03 has already been heard and voted on. Item 6.04, fiscal year 2021 capital budget and 6-year capital improvement plan. This is an information item. and we have a brief presentation. And again, just as our friends are coming to the front, just to announce, we do have a capital budget and CIP workshop tomorrow night here in this room at 6 p.m. Where we'll be able to ask questions of staff at that time. So with that, Mr. Shaknovich and team.
For the record, Alex
Seaman Crawford.
Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities.
And thank you for that introduction, President Gillum. So yes, we're here to present as information only item 6.0 for the FY21 capital budget 6-year plan and state capital request. It is a requirement that we remit this deliverable to the state no later than October 4 of 2019 this year. Remember that the capital budget cycle is out of sync with the county's operating and capital budget cycle, so this is our norm. We do have a workshop scheduled for tomorrow evening, tentatively beginning at 6 o'clock here in this very room. While the public is certainly welcome to attend, there will not be an opportunity for public comment at tomorrow night's workshop, but as part of the board meeting on the 25th of September, there will be a purposeful public hearing block as part of that board meeting. I will say, as a predicate to tomorrow night, again, this you're just receiving this, and we're going to go into it project by project, line by line tomorrow. But as a high-level overview, it does depict a $209.1 million request overall. $184.6 million of that would come from the county. There is $24.6 million of new capital funding requests from the state, and added to that is an additional $27.9 million of an existing request that the state has before them for Crofton Area High School. The other thing I'll say is, while this request is for $209.1 million, and I gave you the numbers just as a frame of reference from last year, fiscal year 20, the year we're currently in. The total approval is 165.9, so we're asking for a number north of that. Disaggregating those two figures, then, we received 124.9 from the county, again juxtaposed to our new ask of 184.6, and we received 41 million from the state, and that's juxtaposed to the almost $52 million that we're asking for from the state this year. And with that, Mr. President, we would typically cede the presentation for today, and then parking lot all of our interactions for tomorrow, where again the board will receive an in-depth presentation of every categorical area, and there will be more than ample time for a back and forth Q&A once that transpires.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you for, again, I know today's a very brief overview, and then certainly for the purpose of public transparency, again, the board workshop is tomorrow night, September 12th, 2019 at 6 p.m. in this room, and then there is a hearing at the next general board meeting on the superintendent's capital budget and CIP, and that is Wednesday, September 25th at 7 p.m., and that will be one of the earlier items on the agenda that evening. With that, unless there's anything urgent at this point, we'll move to the next item. Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Item 6.05, we'll now move to third reading calendar. Item 6.05, bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, and intimidation, hazing, and biased behavior. This is policy code JCCA that is on third reading for final approval. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of policy JCCA, subject to final correction for style and format.
Is there a motion to approve? There's a motion and a second. Great. At this point, we'll move to board questions and comments. Mrs. Corkadell.
So, as you may be aware, I had, if you recall, on the first reader, I had, dated going back to the committee, I believe, I went back to my notes, and I did express concerns on political affiliation and bias and bullying associated with it. I don't think anyone needs to be reminded of some of our more uglier news stories of recent. And as this continues to accelerate and get larger and more generalized, I continue to have concerns. And so with that in mind, I just want to make sure that all of our children have protection. And I do recognize and are fully aware that we do have protections in our more generalized statements that do cover this. But I am convinced that our students and our teachers and our community are not necessarily aware of that case. And I've done some research. There's studies out there that substantiate kids are afraid to say their own political affiliation. And we do actually have elected officials and candidates who are encouraging behavior of targeting, bullying, harassment, public shaming, refusal to serve. That is very disturbing to me, and I want to make sure as we roll into this year and the future years that our kids feel safe in expressing themselves. And in addition to that, just generalized philosophy, it is unfortunate, in my opinion, but the Department of Motor Vehicles, when a child is 16 and goes for their driver's license, they're asked to register even though they're not 18. As soon as that occurs, that becomes a matter of public record. I get very concerned. A lot of our protected classes, this is not to try to expand a protected class at the federal or state level. This is just our additional assurance of saying it out loud, what we already know that we protect, because at no moment in our documentations and our regulations or anything do we acknowledge that this could occur. And I don't think there would be anybody in the room that would say that somehow it's ever acceptable for someone's affiliation to somehow become a point of target or bullying. And so with that spirit and intent in mind, and recognizing that our students' information as it relates to their political affiliation is a matter of public record, I think saying in our regulations that declaring it is appropriate. Now, regulations are definitely not in our wheelhouse, and so with that stated, I am proposing the following motion of amendment. If all the members, I want to make sure that everybody hears it correctly as I'm stating this. And I am proposing a motion to make an amendment to Section D, implementation, to add the following language to the end of it to read that any regulations developed and implemented pursuant to this policy shall include, quote, end quote, political affiliation, end quote, in the list of covered characteristics. And as a point of reference for the board members, that is the actual motion, as a point of reference for the board members where it could possibly occur, I would not want to dictate that component, but my understanding is that it would exist then in Section C of the regulations, C1, Section AI, it could be added without any state, federal, or existing policy contradictions to say something like, or political affiliation. Political affiliation is unique in that it does not run a gamut of a religious connotation, running a risk of opening up Pandora's box. It is a comprehensive term that is used legally and substantiated in case law, according to our attorney, who unfortunately could not stay here to the end, so my apologies to that. But at the end of the day, this is just making sure that all of our children are protected at all times, and not just to that, but they have a comfort zone and awareness that when they make that decision, that it is made with good, that they have that protection. Because my personal experience has been with my own kids throughout the years is I've seen it occur. And I don't ever want a kid to feel like they're not part of a protected class, therefore they're not protected in our school system, because I know for a fact that they are protected. Under our current and proposed policy changes, make no mistake about it, fellow members, they are already protected. But we don't recognize that in anything I've ever seen in our curriculum and things that I have seen in other of our initiatives. And I would at the least for it to be recognized in there. And we are not in the business of regulation, but in its implementation, we can and do have the authority to do that. And I did not see any evidence since my initial inquiries or to the contrary, that substantiated the need, that it doesn't need to be there. So I am proposing that.
I second that. I don't know if it needs a second, but I second.
It hasn't been yet.
Okay, great. So we've got a motion and a second, and again, we can come back to general comments. There are 3 board lights at this point. I just want to make sure everyone's light is for Mrs. Corkadell's motion, and then we can come back to general comments or questions at this point. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you. It was originally lit for something else, but now I have a question about this one. So are you saying under policy section D, there be like an A or B?
No, it's just a requirement of, it's part of the implementation requirement. So the superintendent, we're giving him the authority to develop the regulation to implement the policy and promulgate ACPS's Code of Student Conduct for rules regarding expected student behavior, and that's the reference to the other stuff. And then we're adding into that the reference that says that this needs to be somewhere. It needs to be recognized.
So my concern, I agree, based on what you've shared in my own personal experiences. But I don't think it should go there. Is it not where we can? I thought over time we made these amendment recommendations with the understanding that they would be put in here.
Okay, so I can answer that because I worked with our attorney this morning, and I don't want to misquote him, but I asked him that very question because where I thought it would be, it shouldn't be, and the answer was that in order for us to maintain our duty structure and differences between that and to recognize the spirit and intent of working, of wanting to have some, buy-in and comprehension to it, that it would be best served under implementation because it is a condition of implementation that it be included. Because, as I said, it is not a protected class under its current conditions. And this is ensuring that our students have there is nothing that precludes us from going and doing additional protections for our kids.
No.
The state and federal law are the minimums, and as you saw, we added the restorative justice piece. That sits by itself. It doesn't open up a Pandora's box. And likewise, typically in political affiliation and in this context, it would serve itself without, saying, what about me too? So that is why I crafted it the way I did. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. The reason I'm asking is because I was planning on requesting that the regulations be updated to include the appeal and escalation. But based on what you're sharing, we need to identify in the policy where that is.
Well, mine is a motion to change the language in the policy, and a regulatory recommendation is different. But
right, understood.
I can't give you.
So
I'm not the attorney, so I don't know.
I got you. All right.
The answer
Thank
to
you.
that, not knowing it. Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Antwine, are you okay for now? We'll come back on. Okay, on Mrs. Corkadell's motion, Mr. Grannon.
Okay, I've got a short, friendly amendment which may help Ms. Antwine. My only concern is, and I understand why you propose this the way you have. I agree with the spirit and the substance of what you're saying. My only concern is that if we just have it stand alone with just the mention of political affiliation in the implementation section, it kind of actually doesn't fully accomplish what you want. So my suggestion, and Ms. Ortiz, this is kind of to you, it's going to sound a lot longer than it is, but it's actually quite short. So my friendly amendment is that, again, the substance of Ms. Corkadell's motion be accomplished by adding at the end of D, implementation, we would just change that after behavior, that period would change to a comma, and then it would say something like, which shall prohibit, so now we're talking about the superintendent's regulations, which shall prohibit bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, or intimidation. So we're using the 4 terms that are already in the regs, and then pick up the little I language. Based on an actual or perceived characteristic of a, and then we would include all of those terms there, but then add political affiliation. So it's clear that he's got to do it for political affiliation as well, and that we see political affiliation on the same order of protection as race, color, ethnicity, national origin, blah, 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 all that.
Making sure
so that
everyone
even though it's
doesn't
not required by the state, we're still requiring it. And it's on the same footing as all those other characteristics.
Can I?
So, well, friendly amendment is all about spirit and intent. So, and if the maker of the main motion agrees, I think Mr. Grannon's motion, Mr. Grannon's friendly amendment keeps the same spirit and intent of what you were initially suggesting.
So, yeah, I'm going to accept the friendly amendment because I do not want political affiliation to rise to a level higher than the others, because it really is about the other stuff. It's making sure our students know that we care about their entire identity, all of their identity. That's a very, I mean, we encourage these kids to get out and do this, and we can't hold them. They need protected against adults when they misbehave about this stuff, and it matriculates in. So I am, if the board is amenable to an amendment to the amendment to include the items contained in section CAI as listed and as described by Mr. Grannon.
I guess the only thing to clarify is you have to land it somewhere, so my suggestion would be that it lands after familial status, so that the last phrase would still read or physical or mental ability or disability, because if it comes after that, it's going to be kind of awkward.
Okay. And if we have a second, then we can move with that motion.
It's a regulation.
Well, that's pulling that's taking a piece that Ms. Ortiz had already created in regulation and just moving that language into there so that political affiliation, if my memory is correct, is not standing alone.
Right.
So we're adding language into the policy that will be replicated again into the regulation.
Right, but then obviously the regulation then has to also mirror the political affiliation.
That is correct.
Because we mandated it.
Yes, that is correct. Because everything else, would be no effective change to the regulation, or that would be a stylist thing.
I want to defer to Ms. Ortiz just for clarification.
And you probably.
So I think, we discussed this at policy committee, addressed it in the last meeting as well. So I don't think we object to addressing political affiliation. I think there are a couple of concerns. So with putting it in the bullying, the state form and what we report to the state is very specific. And so the concern is adding something that the state doesn't even capture. And so that's the concern there, the reporting requirements, what the state requires, with the state model policy, the state law, because the state law defines what bullying is, right? Bullying, harassment, intimidation. And so that's the concern with adding it to the bullying policy. And then I think before we had, there was the question of whether we should add it to the bias policy. And then, of course, the concern there is that those are protected classes. And so it wouldn't be appropriate to stick anything other than what are deemed protected classes. I think that my recommendation would be if the board wants to move forward with this, that it be a separate policy and regulation on its own. Because I think that the state law is very clear in what's identified. And so I think that whether you stick it in the policy or the regulation, it's inconsistent with state law and the state policy. And so that's sort of my concern there. And we, haven't, I thought it was settled last time when we talked about it. So I understand that, there's still concerns and questions. So we really haven't had a chance to think about what the realistic impacts would be to go ahead and stick it in the bullying policy and regulation. So those are my concerns, just sitting here hearing this for the first time.
Yeah, no, thank you. We'll go back to the maker of the motion.
Okay, so thank you for that. And actually, I don't disagree with anything you're saying except for one minor major, and that is that I think that I recognize that the state modeling and what we have to do with reporting. But I also think that the state goes out of its way to say, and by the way, there's a reason why we let you pass that, and it is to add, or is it, because you can't subtract, obviously, but it is to make it ours and make it what we feel, how we feel our students should be treated. And in that spirit and intent, if we feel that there's a class that may not get the same levels of protection, in other words, if it's never getting reported to the state, how will it ever become a protected class? I remember the same identical conversation happening decades ago. I don't know exactly how long ago, but within the last decade or two, of folks who were transgender. It was not a protected class forever. That has not been since my birth. That is something that emerged, and it started with people willing to say, in addition to what the state and the federal law wants to protect, we have an obligation to protect our students. And this is about our students. And telling me that our students are not as important as a reporting form or of what our minimum requirements is not in that spirit and intent. And nobody here in this room feels that way. But when we omit something that is brought to our attention that is occurring, and those families do not feel that they're part of this conversation, but we know that they kind of are, so why not just put it down in writing that we're including that? Because if what was reported to me was accurate in the last meeting, then that would mean that they're already protected. And if they're already protected, then putting it in writing doesn't do anything in the reporting. It doesn't do anything in the regulatory except for say that if this is occurring, that it shall be treated equally as every other bullying is. So I'm not understanding how that would get in the way, because that's our job, is to protect every single student. And the state and the federal government never will be able to protect every student. That's what we're here for. That's the local boards. And I don't ever want a kid so proud to finally participate in our civic affairs of voting to feel that they have to hide that, or that look, the passions of all of these things, people are getting booed out of family restaurants. We've got kids getting exposed to this stuff at levels that I just find repulsive, heart-wrenching, and gut-wrenching. And I don't ever want our kids to feel that somehow they may be subject to that. And I think that saying this out loud, because we haven't got to it yet, but my intent was to mirror this identical motion over into bias, because it happens as a bias behavior, and it happens as a bullying incident. And if the staff really wants convincing, I'm happy to cite examples. I don't think that's an appropriate use of time. But I do believe, and the word of political affiliation, I'll just point out, is technically accurate to the best of Mr. Burns' ability. And it means that a membership of or close association with a political party or organization. So as our kids start to identify and to grow in their civics, they can have that spirit and intent. Our GCC class is designed to have those hard conversations, for us not to have a class of protection for them, a category of protection for them. When we know those are going to be the issues we have to face, I just think would be remiss in this opportunity. I don't want to have to go back and revisit policies or create a new one, because it doesn't rise to that level of significance. But I fail to understand why adding these phrases, a simple phrase of political affiliation, is going to have such a consequence to the state. The state says we've got to report X, Y, and Z. If they don't want the information, we don't have to give it to them. But I do think, as a parent, I would want to see that if something bad happened, that I had the same protections as if anybody else. An identity is an identity. And the uniqueness of our kids needs so valued and protected. And we spent all this time passing these policies and courses and everything else for that, and not to be wanting to include them, recognizing how they are not included right now, I think would be unfortunate. So I would just state that I recognize what you're saying, and I seriously considered it, which is why I didn't bring it in sooner. But ultimately, the state and feds should never be in the business of limiting who we want to protect. I mean, the idea of limiting protection to me is just not, is counter to, I believe, our philosophy and stuff. So I do feel really strong about this, and I'll keep going, except for I won't because of the time. So, but thank you, Ms. Ortiz, for clarifying that, because I want all members to understand all sides of this. This is a matter of choice, not a matter of will.
Thank you. And again, just not that I ever want to squash debate and conversation, but we're only on our First Amendment, and we've got 7 lights. Ms. Alvey.
So although I understand your intent, I would like to respectfully disagree, only because I think this policy makes it very clear that any kind of bullying or harassment will not be tolerated in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. So I think by stating in a part of our policy that political affiliation is a part of that, I got bullied in middle school because of the sneakers I wore, not because I was Muslim or I wore a hijab or any of those things. So I think if you add political affiliation, what about all the other reasons that kids get bullied, that I see get bullied at school? So I think the policy and regulations are very clear in themselves in stating that we don't tolerate any kind of bullying for any reason. The fact that there are state protected classes in there is because we are bound to this higher policy that we don't have control of changing. So for that reason, I think that we shouldn't add political affiliation, because there are so many other reasons why kids get bullied every single day.
Mrs. Hummer.
I echo what Ms. Alvey said. I fully agree with you, Ms. Corkadell, that I think no child should be in any way bullied or teased or anything for their political affiliation in any way. But I agree that we open the door to all forms of bullying if we do this. And even though this one is an egregious one that we see often, we see every day children who are bullied for being a nerd, and children who are bullied for not being athletic and all that. And so where do we end? The state requires that we have some protected classes to put in, which we have because it's required by the state. But then we have carefully crafted this policy and regulation to encompass any intimidation or threatening that will be protected. So parents can know any child that is feeling teased or marginalized in any way has that recourse. And so I am reluctant to add in one specific, because then it opens the door of we will have many different areas coming in. I think that the regulation and policy as stands does include and encompass any thing and any intimidation in that area that would come about.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I just note for the record and for everybody's consideration that the language that we'd be moving over into the policy and adding this additional characteristic with all of these other very important characteristics, the language says including. So that's not exhaustive language. There's all kinds of bullying that will still get reported for other reasons. It just says including. And obviously we can't think of everything, but I think for the reasons that Ms. Corkadell stated, you know, I think a majority of this board does agree that political affiliation is on the same level as these others. And so for that reason, I call the question.
Okay. Mr. Grannon has made a motion to call the question. This requires 6 votes in the affirmative. It's not debatable, but we need 6 votes to stop debate. And again, this is a vote only to stop debate on the motion at hand. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Mr. Leib. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Nay.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
And Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
So that is 5 in the negative and 4 in the positive. So
Motion failed. Have not received 6 votes in the affirmative. The motion fails. So debate will continue. We'll just proceed with the additional lights. Mrs. Schallheim.
I just wanted to say for the record that I agree with this. I don't have a whole lot more to say, but I did want to apologize for the folks out there, the folks that might have been watching at home. I was going to have to bolt to get my kid off the bus, and that's why I was frantically texting a babysitter. So in case anyone was noticing, I was not trying to be disrespectful, and I'm going to vote for this.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Ellis.
Excuse me. I think Ms. Corkadell made a very clear case about why this is necessary. I always have trouble with, we have to do this policy this way because this is what the state says, because then I wonder why we're voting, and that's no disrespect. The whole purpose of my point is, as long as we're complying with state law, it is our policy. Am I correct that it's our policy? So if we wish to protect another class of students, that's not going against state law.
So the state law literally defines what bullying, it says bullying, harassment, intimidation, cyberbullying is included in that. It does not include this.
Right,
and
but
so
this
the
is our
concern,
law.
so it's your policy, but the concern that Mr. Burns actually raised at the policy committee meeting, and I don't know what conversations have happened since then because I have not been privy to them, but the concern is once we start creating our own protected classes that are not recognized and stating them along with actual protected classes, that's also a legal concern when you're dealing with disciplinary matters, when you're dealing with appeals, if things get to the point where they go to court or things of that nature. And so that was the concern that was raised in policy committee, which is why, and then the other as Ms. Alvey and Ms. Hummer have stated, that just picking out one additional group that is not recognized anywhere else when there are so many other reasons why students are bullied. So these are all the things that were discussed in policy committee and why it was not included at that time. And so that's our concern. And so, I understand the frustration that, oh, why are we voting on it? Well, because you're required to, right? The state unfortunately mandates boards regularly to adopt policy, and sometimes they're prescriptive, sometimes they're not. This is one of those situations where it's prescriptive, so even though the state is prescriptive, you're still required to vote on your policy because that's part of your policy setting process. And so I understand the frustration, but it's just, it's not an excuse to say, oh, it's what the state requires. It's what the state is requiring. It's what the state has defined. And so there are a lot of, and again, because we have not, my colleagues and I have not had the benefit of getting this information in advance and just sort of thinking about, if there's a way to do it, what would be the best way to do it. There's just a lot of actual legal concerns that are raised by just identifying one additional group that is not a protected class, that you're including with other protected classes that you're adding to the policy. And I would not be able to add that to the regulation because the regulation definition is from state law, and state law does not have political affiliation. So it just raises a lot of legal concerns.
But from what I'm hearing, we're creating protections within the school system. It's not to imply that they get state protections or federal protections, but we're recognizing that this class, this group of students, our students, and teachers and staff, right, that at least within the school system, they have the same amount of protection.
And so we're saying that that's already covered, and so to start picking out specific classes, that's the concern that's been raised by others and also by colleagues. And another fellow attorney, Ms. Smith, who does EEO compliance, Mr. Burns raised those concerns too in policy committee. So,
and I understand that we tolerate bullying of no sort.
Right.
I understand that argument, but I also agree. I mean, I think there's nothing wrong with being leaders. That perhaps this will, down the line, lead to protections under state law, and
eventually.
Typically how it works.
Right.
You wait for the state.
Okay, Ms. Antwine and then Mr. Leib.
So I just want to, first of all, Ms. Corkadell, I appreciate that you brought this out. I guess because it's not in our faces as much as other forms of bullying and harassing, I can share that your political affiliation often comes with stigma and misconceptions, and it leads to bullying, intimidation, and otherwise, even that final vote. So I think putting it here, I think we take the risk to ensure that it is well known that that level of bullying and intimidation is not tolerated, especially in a climate like ours that is often, and there are plenty of cases that are coming up that may not be reported, but they are happening, and we need to be able to protect those students.
Okay, Mr. Leib and then Mrs. Hummer. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Leib, did I, were you in the middle of I'm sorry if I, okay. Mr. Leib, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I tend to lean toward Ms. Alvey's assessment that the policy is already broad enough to provide protections in that broad sense that we need. And I believe Mr. Grannon's comments support this in that the regulation is written uses the word including. So it is not all-inclusive. And we don't make a position that everything we list is inclusive, that political affiliation could fall under this policy just as naturally as all the rest. So for that reason, I would defer from supporting this.
Mrs. Hummer.
So I bring up, and I would actually perhaps suggest to Ms. Corkadell that we delay this vote until a next meeting to give the attorney some time, because here's a concern that is just popping in my head, just reading this right now, and I'm sure this is something they would want to explore. There are some political affiliations out there that really are hateful. And by putting a broad political affiliation, we open ourselves up to being challenged by some students who will come in and say, well, even you may think my political affiliation is hateful, but I'm protected according to this policy specifically because I belong to this party. And that would not be our intention at all. We're thinking
that would be my intention.
That it would be, to me, I'm thinking, liberal, conservative, something like that. But there are also some fringe things that it's not going to be behavior and speech that we have. There are some things in our biased behaviors that could go out there, but I think by adding that political affiliation, we could open ourselves up to challenge on that, whereas in the more general language that's there covering all intimidating behaviors, that could encompass those, but not give a protection to perhaps hateful political affiliation. So my request would be, could we wait to vote on this at the next meeting and give the staff some time to look at that and come back if perhaps there's some language that they could suggest that might be more specific to do what you want to do, but to avoid some of the pitfalls.
So I believe if a member wanted to delay the adoption of the entire of the policy in and of itself, if this motion were to pass, would be the only reason that you would want to hold the vote. So the next amendment after this vote could be then to hold the vote to allow for its accommodation, because if it were to turn out that it was somehow not in compliance with Constitution, Comar, or otherwise, then that would be something that would have to be withdrawn because it's no longer legal as an amendment, and that would be up to the fellow members to decide. Right. I do not want to tie my motion to that, number one, but if the members, I am supportive of a hold of stay to allow public comment, to allow the staff to confer with Mr. Burns. I was not aware that he had to leave early this is why this is kind of happening in a little odder way than I had hoped or
And
intended it to, but it is what it is, because if it votes in and I don't put this out there, then there's no chance of that.
Well, my friendly amendment suggestion would be to withdraw your motion, and let's put forth a motion to postpone the third reading and the final vote for this for next time, giving them time to research and give us feedback, and then we could vote on it next time with that amendment or any language changes they may suggest to cover that. Just to give more time for that. It's not to say no to this, it's just saying so that we would have proper vetting of language and things moving forward.
I do appreciate the friendly amendment, and as I said, I'm willing to support a amendment after mine is vetted through, but I'm pretty confident in Mr. Burns's assessment that he provided, because I did not create this. This came directly from him, and so I feel I do have enough legal advisement on this matter at this time, but I'm willing to entertain a hold vote on the larger, but the amendment stands.
I'm sorry, just to clarify. So you want to go ahead and vote on the amendment now, or do you want to have it held with the amendment added before final vote? Does that make sense?
No, I would like to vote on the amendment now. If someone would like to propose prior to the vote of the policy, if the amendment were to pass, then they could ask for a hold to get clarification, and then you could propose another amendment to either counter or negate based on that. But no, I'm not entertaining withdrawing.
Okay, Mrs. Corkadell, your light was, okay. Ms. Antwine.
I was just planning to call a point of order, please. And call a question. I'm back on the orders. I just want us to go ahead and vote for this. I think if we move forward and vote on it, it will allow us to make other motions based on that.
Okay,
That's what I'm
so
attempting to do.
Ms. Antwine has called the question. Is there a second on that? There's second. Okay. Ms. Howell, this is a vote to end debate on the current motion. 6 votes are needed to end debate. Would you please call a roll?
Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Mr. Lybe? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
So I would have done concurrent voice vote, but then if I had done that, there would have been yeas and nays. So sorry for prolonging that. Okay, we'll now move to a vote on Mrs. Corkadell's motion at this time. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Lybe? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-3.
Okay, so that amendment stands as of now. Ms. Antwine.
So now may I introduce a change based on the request for appeal and escalation. I want to first, before I put motions before, I want to understand, and we had some extensive discussion about keeping the parents informed on what can happen, and the students as well, when they make these reports, and what happens after the report. And the discussions included appeal and escalation. So I'm looking at both the policy, of course, and the regulation, and I see where it's not necessarily pointed out, but it infers. So is it purposely inferred, or should do we specifically need to put in there something about the appeal and escalation options?
So the appeal and escalation was a suggestion that was raised by Mary Dodoni, and so I said I would get back to you all, and I did. I sent an email last week. And so we don't use that terminology. We have an appeals process.
Right.
And so as I indicated in my email that was shared with you last week, how we typically cross-reference other policies is under the related entries, and so we included, I included JCH and JCHRA, which is the complaints, student complaints pursuant to policy, regulations, and law. And so that was in there. And then we talk about the language that I had added after first reading related to the principal being more specifically explaining to the parents, guardians, the code of student conduct, and that would all be discussed at that time. And so that was the way we addressed it originally, the discussion with the principal and the parents and guardians, and ensuring that they had a little bit more detailed about that. Things are these are the possible potential consequences or remedies, and with the code in accordance with the code of student conduct. And then I added the art appeals policy and regulation under the related entries.
So it's referenced in there. It's
yes, it's on the first page under related entries. It's JCH and JCHRA.
So my concern is this. We often get the parents that say, hey, I did not know. And we're putting it back on them to basically know that if it's referenced here, I can go back, look at this, and that is my appeal process. So I want to work, rather than making motions, that we put it into our policy and then request that it be updated in regulations and otherwise. How can we make this more apparent that maybe under the due process even that this is this references your appeal process if you so choose?
So unfortunately I'm trying to find the language that we put in there and I can't find it with regards to the principal sharing the process with the parents. We have a due process section in here as well. That starts on page 9. So I don't know if you think. I feel like there's a lot of information in here that's helpful to the parents. Page 9.
Is that this?
Oh.
Under. Yeah.
Is it B2?
I was just referencing that the due process section begins on page 9 of the regulation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So could we just not put the same emphasis back here, though, so that the parents understand that there is an under due process, this is part of that process. I think it's still being missed. Not that we haven't adopted this policy, but that is something that is consistently echoed, that I didn't know I had other options beyond what was here. And so just identifying that maybe in this regulation is what I'm recommending.
I can talk to Dr. Arlotto to see the best way to address that concern.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Antwine. Any further questions or comments at this time on this policy? Any public comment? Seeing none, we will now move to a vote on this policy. So policy JCCA is on third reading for final passage. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Leib? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
And can I get a copy of what the actual amendment was? Because I heard a couple of different things as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, we will now move to item 6.06, Bias Behavior and Language Policy Code J. Is it JO? JO. This is on third reading for final approval today. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of policy JO, subject to final correction for style and format.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any board questions or comments at this point? Mrs. Corkadell.
Well, as you may well imagine, I am proposing the identical amendment to be implemented in bias behavior and language for similar reasons. And I think this also expands out to making sure that appropriate conduct in our civics classes.
Okay, so Mrs. Corkadell has made the same motion, and I'm going to just make an assumption right now that it's as revised by Mr. Grannon's initial friendly amendment.
That is correct.
On the prior.
That is correct. The same one the same amendment that we just adopted for bullying and bias, bullying for now for JO.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and can I just ask to, as we move into, if Ms. Ortiz can get the.
He's already.
Okay, perfect.
He's adding his with mine, and it because I couldn't remember to verbatim what was spoken. So.
Perfect.
In addition to the attorney language.
And I think we've had the dialogue's probably going to be the same, but just going to ask any board questions or comments on Mrs. Corkadell's amendment. Okay. Seeing none, any public comment on the motion? Seeing none. Mrs. Howell, this will be a vote on Mrs. Corkadell's motion to amend the policy.
Ms. Antwine? Aye. Mr. Leib? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
So I
Motion
would,
passes 6-3.
I would recommend that the policy be further amended because we talk about protected class, federally and state protected classes in the policy, and political affiliation clearly isn't. So you may want to look at that language because that's then not correct.
For bias?
For the bias,
Okay.
yeah. Because, I mean, right, because the policy statement talks about that we're talking about state and federally protected classes. That was the purpose of the policy and regulations.
Maybe Mr. Burns, when I'd asked him to do that, it was in a rush based on his thing. So let's see where we are. Could you be more specific, Ms. Ortiz, as to where you were referring, specifically in the policy that limits this language repurposing?
So the position 1 talks about, the federal complying with federal, state, and local laws based on membership of a protected class. I know it's referenced in the regulation. I can't really pick out where out of the 7 pages at this point.
Can you explain how that statement is interpreted that would limit the addition of the language? So you're saying that are you saying that additional language needs added to the statement, or are you asserting that the statement prohibits us from adding it?
So I think it's confusing if we're talking about protected classes and we reference protected classes in the regulation, and then we add political affiliation in the policy, and then you're asking us to add political affiliation in the regulation, but it's not a protected class. So I would have to look at where in the regulation we talk about protected classes.
So
I think it needs to be distinguished.
Okay. I think that, well, I don't think I'm moving my motion, and I'll just say that I respectfully disagree, because we can protect people in other ways, and this is about our biased behavior, and that is a form of biased behavior, and I don't think it contradicts anything, our ability to conform or oblige the state or federal laws similarly as the other did. So I guess absent of other legal, I would just suggest that if staff finds that there is a direct contradiction, that Mr. Burns and stuff, we can go in and do, and I'm willing to go in and re-amend the policy, but unless language is being suggested, I'm going to keep my motion as is, because I'm not recognizing that the way you're,
Right, and so I
mean?
don't disagree that we can protect our students. We want to protect all our students, but the term protected class is a legal term of art. So
Correct.
it's not just loosely we're protecting our students. These are
Which
legally
is why
protected
we put it in the
classes.
implementation to specifically avoid, was what Mr. Burns had shared with me, that we were putting in an implementation to avoid you having those inconsistencies in policy and otherwise. And
Right,
so
and-
that is why I'm gonna kind of keep it as is.
No, understood. I would recommend that we would look at the language and revise it. Obviously, it's your policy.
I'll go out of my way to re-amend if
Yeah.
we need to go in and do that, because it is not my intent to chagrin or that spirit and intent. And since everybody has testified, they're already protected here. The language crafting, I don't believe, creates a barrier, but that's just my opinion, which is why we're voting. Thank you.
Okay, two more questions. Mrs. Ellis, or Lights, sorry.
So adding that one class into the implementation, I don't see how that contradicts our position that we're complying with federal, state, and local laws.
Right, and so as I
How is
stated,
that?
we also reference it throughout in the regulation as well. I don't have exactly where in the regulation, so the concern is that you don't want to talk about protected classes, state and federally protected classes, and then throw in their political affiliation. So the concern is having clarifying language to distinguish political affiliation from what are actual legally protected state and federally protected classes.
We could say protected classes or other characteristics and leave it at that.
So in other words, we have voted to amend the policy, but your concern is in the regulation, but that's for you.
In both the policy and the regulation. I think, whether it's other characteristics or some other language, just to, so there's no confusion. I don't know if Mr. Burns had recommended language to address that.
Ms. Sanchwine.
So Ms. Ortiz, I agree with you that protected class, as the term indicates, a specific set of classes. So my recommendation is that we put after protected class, maybe and political affiliations, to separate it out, to change the verbiage. I believe it should go in here, but I agree with you that the language needs to be updated too, so that one, won't cause confusion, and two, it won't indicate that somehow political affiliation is a protected class.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
And I think only you heard me.
Mrs. Corkadell.
So it is my motion, and I am not going to be modifying that because the counsel I received was to deliberately not touch these, and it is up to the superintendent and his group to develop the regulations
But
based out of the policy. And I am, as I said, I am not intending
We
to
just
upset
passed
the universe.
your motion. What she's offering, though, is to update the language within here so that it not only complies with the legal understanding and connotation of protected classes, but but it won't make it look like as though we have included political affiliation as a protected class.
If Ms. Ortiz would like to recommend a modification that is specific to be added to the motion, I'm willing to entertain it, but that was not my understanding. My understanding is that she expressed concern, and I don't want to misinterpret you. I took your advice as we've got to be very cautious, and we may have to go back in. I did not take it as her making a friendly recommendation on the motion of the language. And so, not barring that, I'm still saying I'm not at it.
Again, I agree with the fact that there's a term there that, unlike before, there's a term there that makes, as you guys have said over and over, the spirit and intent different. So we definitely want to introduce additional language that will allow this change, the motion that just passed. introduce some language into our policy that includes that, rather
So-
than.
Well, we are, and that's what the motion is under D, under implementation. That is one position of 5 total, all being equal, with the second one being the Board of Education is committing to provide the student safe and supportive. So that actually is already called out in the position that would lead us to be able to apply the amendment without a grievance.
Understood. I have to say that I think it is
Oh,
important.
no, I'm not trying to, by all means, I'm just letting you know I'm
I
not
think it's
changing
important that they give us a recommendation on what other language can go in there so there be no misinterpretations.
So Ms. Antwine, are you asking that we hold the policy before we vote, or because we're on third reading for final passage?
That makes it difficult. We have passed a motion. I am then recommending, if we could, for this particular policy, that we delay it until next meeting. We add the language because we've passed that, but come back on the vote for the final of the language until we can get some verbiage to put there.
As I expressed to Ms. Hummer, the technical way of doing that would be after the amendment. I'm not moving the amendment, a motion, right? So we're all ready to, oh, you want to? Oh, I'm sorry. I went on, I just.
Right.
No. You're good to go.
And I haven't had a break in it. All right, there.
So I move that we delay the vote to allow our legal team for policy to come back with some language that can
Let's delay the vote on the bigger.
that can include the term protected class as well as the new term political affiliation.
Okay, so Ms. Antwine has a motion, I'm just going to wordsmith, to table this until the next meeting at that point. So this is a vote to lay upon the table. Is there a second? There is a second at this point. So this is a majority vote. We need 5 votes to move this to the next meeting. Mrs. Howe, would you please call a roll?
Ms. Antwine? Aye. Mr. Live? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
No.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
No.
Ms. Ellis?
Oh, nay.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-4.
Look, and I would just tell you, I think I've had 2 board members make a comment to me that, we were doing some substantive changes without the presence of legal counsel, and I will address that with legal counsel. We should have had an associate here today, so I take responsibility for that. At this point, item 6.06 will be renumbered and put on the agenda September 25th. We now move to item 6.07, ratification of the negotiated agreement between Board of Education and Secretaries and Administrative Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend that the board approve the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Administrative Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County, also known as SAAC.
There's a motion and a second.
I call the question.
What?
I call the question.
Okay, Mr. Grannon has made a motion to call question. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. This vote requires 6 votes to suspend discussion and debate. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
So this is to suspend the discussion and debate on this particular one. I cannot agree with that. It's a no for me.
Mr. Live?
I can't stop somebody from making a motion.
What is the motion?
The motion was to cease debate and discussion on this and move to a vote.
Nay.
Ms. Hummer? Nay. Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Motion fails 1-8.
Okay, we'll now move to the discussion with Ms. Ross, or a presentation from Ms. Ross.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Gilliland, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. The negotiating teams from the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County and the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County have reached a tentative agreement for fiscal year 2020, subject to your approval. In brief, the summary of changes as agreed upon by both parties include, but are not limited to, step increases for eligible Unit 4 employees in accordance with the negotiated agreement, a 2% COLA for all Unit 4 employees, and a backup step or a catch-up step for eligible Unit 4 employees who did not receive a negotiated step in the 2008-2009 academic year, have not changed bargaining units, and have not reached the top of the salary scale. There will also be a back step, catch-up step for eligible Unit 4 employees who did not receive a negotiated step in the 2009-2010 academic year, have not changed bargaining units, and have not reached the top of the salary scale. All of these changes will become effective July 1, 2019. The teams diligently worked to reach an agreement that served the best interest of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, SAAC members, and supports their commitment to AACPS students, staff, and community. I would like to thank the SAAC negotiating team for their dedicated efforts during FY20 negotiations. On September 11, 2019, SAAC ratified this agreement, and I respectfully request your approval and ratification of the noted summary of changes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Do we have any board questions or comments at this point? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, this is a vote on item 6.07. Mrs. Howell, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Rawls. Item 6.08 is the 2019-2020 Board of Education calendar. This, just by way of background, Board of Education approved its 2019-2020 calendar of public meetings, hearings, and workshops at its November 14, 2018 meeting. Calendar calls for 2 meetings to occur in a 6-day period, September 25th, 2019 and October 1st, 2019. At this time, is there a motion to change the date?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
Is there a motion to change the date?
Yes, I move that we change the date from October 1 to October 10. Is that correct?
Second.
So motion and a second to change the date from October 1 to October 10th, maintaining a daytime meeting. Any further discussion on this? Any public comment on this? Seeing none, Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Live? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Are we voting to adopt a new calendar or the one motion alone? Just the one motion.
Yeah, just for clarification, the motion on the table is to change the date from October 1st to October 10th.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Any other discussion or changes to the 2019-2020 board calendar at this time? At this time. Seeing none, that concludes that item. Thank you. We'll now move to item 7, review items. Item 7.01 is award of contracts. This is a review item. Are there any board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, the next general meeting of the Board of Education will be on Wednesday, September 25th, 2019 at 7 p.m. There will be a board workshop tomorrow on the CIP and capital budget, September 12th, 2019 at 6 p.m. in this room. Next policy committee meeting will be Wednesday, September 25th, 2019 at 4 p.m. Next budget committee meeting will be Wednesday, September 25th, 2019 at 5 p.m. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And all in favor say aye, opposed no. We stand adjourned. Thank you.